Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating on the petroleum mining leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fisan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
You've tuned into the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Monday morning and we have enough packed to keep you going today. Thank you for joining us. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
Absolutely enough. We have packed up. Like she said, Onyeka Valentine is my name. Let's unveil this. Listen.
Let's unveil it. Firstly, let me start by asking how was your weekend?
It was great. I didn't go to Ballon, by the way. So for a lot of reasons, client must pay first before we move. Movement now costs a lot of money. And so
you have to make calculated moves.
Most definitely. Someone said to me, Valentine, why are you so money conscious? And I said, is the economy smiling? He couldn't answer that. So you see, once you are hit with desperate times, your desperate measures must be very desperate.
Interesting. Right. That's what I say, clock it. You're not going to ask how my own weekend was.
I was going to do that, but you know, like they say, you must allow the lady to get ready. So how was the weekend?
It was okay. Just it was a bit of an indoor.
You know, I've been spying on social media. I see all the great things you're doing on social media.
Okay.
You know, all the
and
ones.
In reality, then you're seeing it on social media.
Well, it's social media.
You just see it on social media. Well, my weekend was good, but I had a cold, so yeah, I think that part for me just made me a little bit. You just have to be indoors. You don't want to give any. You know, it's contractable, Abby, right?
Well, in our kind of business, you can't afford to have two things: cold or a catarrh.
Exactly. But it was a great weekend. Fantastic weekend actually, and I'm just happy for the new week. So we'll see what we have on the headlines today real quick. Starting off with Nigeria reopening Samia border with Benin over 7-year closure. That's our headline this morning. Again, Makinde Wike camp set for showdown at PDP headquarters today. Let's say PDP headquarters today. And then Lagos steals Ladipo market over environmental violations. And World Bank cut CBN grant to $6.8 million. Those are some of our headlines this morning. I think for me, I'm starting off with Lagos stealing Ladipo market over environmental violations. if they're stealing Ladipo market, they definitely need to steal other markets.
Most definitely. But then again, will that solve the problem? Again, remember, economically, Ladipo market is raking in huge amount of revenue for Lagos State, which explains why they have their eye, laser beamed on them. However, I was opportune to talk to one or two people who actually, run businesses there, and they told me, said, look, that apart from this environmental issue, there are other things that he cannot say. I said, no, talk to me about it. He said, no, you're a pressman. If you talk about them, I go talk about it, which obviously wasn't wrong. But when I took my time, I found out that there are a lot of other interests that are involved in this matter, meaning to say that something is not brought to the foreground. So eventually, I discovered, and this is me going there myself, I discovered that some people who want some form of kickback are not getting their kickbacks. So what this means is that they will rather, right, cut the nose to spite the face. In other words, most definitely. So if you guys will not, give us our regular kickback, whoever is collecting such money, which is illegal. Now they have legal one, which they are legal fee they're supposed to pay to the government based on tax and other things. I understand it, but there's some other, so-called brown envelopes that the market people say some people who claim to be from the government, alleged, come to ask for. So when they don't get that on time, they look for something to slam them with. And of course, it's a marketplace. Now, even though they might be cleaning up, if there's any part that is not properly cleaned, they could capitalize on that. Now, whether that is the major reason why, they have shut it down, which the government has said, the question now is, what's going to happen to everyone who is earning money and whose life depends on that market? Is it that they don't see that they're also making a lot of money from the market for the government? Is the government making money from the marketplace? And I don't want to really go to some certain route, but let's be honest. Predominantly, there is a group of people who actually do business there the most. So in my findings, the answer I got from them was, is it because we're from this part of the country? So all that also plays major factor. I took my time. I went there on Saturday just to go, to know what's really going on. So these are the things that people out there really want to find out. I think maybe we need to send one or two of our reporters to go there and go find out.
You already went on Saturday. Why don't you just complete the process?
Oh yeah, sure. No, that was more or less like an investigative journalism.
Yeah, I think it would be nice for you to do another one. Seeing that you also make use of the market, I think you're in the best place.
Well, anyone who has a car who really doesn't trust, you don't trust your mechanic that much to want to go there, you probably want to go there yourself. For me, there are other things that they do there apart from just spare parts for cars, whether brand new or second hand, but then again, I'm not an auto expert, but there are other businesses that you want to do there. For instance, I went there to, run what we call recognizance for some other businesses, which I can see on the air. Right.
Okay.
So I was opportunity to answer. Let me use that opportunity now, chip in and answer questions. And the person who was with me, who was an officer, police officer, said to me, they will not tell you the full story because they know that they are all part of it. So I asked him, I said, how do you mean they're all part of it? Which means that even people who work there, people who do business there, are also benefiting from it. So there's an insider can go out and go and tell whoever it is and say, look, these people are not doing what they need to do. There are no kickbacks coming in, and that's just one story. There are a lot of other stories from different people, and they need to find out if we do a comprehensive, report about it.
We certainly should, because that's also one of the, that's a market that really helps a lot of people. I mean, for
food on a lot of table.
Spare parts, AC,
material. So you know about that
I'm very
very
competent
well.
with it. So I know all of those things are going there. So I think for what is worth, government needs to, for as long as they need to seal the market, but it needs to be opened as soon as possible.
But again, the question now is, was it sealed? Was it really sealed? Honestly sealed based on the fact that they were posing an environmental, challenge one way or the other? If that be the case, well, we are not the government, but we have to now.
And that's why I even said that if they're stealing Ladipo market, they need to steal other markets if that's the case. Not just other markets. because there's so many companies, industries that are also adding to problems for our environment.
Let's
right?
see, like Balogun markets.
I don't want to start mentioning names, so there's a number of them. I mean, I'm free to even mention names. So yes, it's just what it is. So I hate when it's like one party is facing it and then another party is not facing it. But yeah, still on the news this morning, Makinde Wike camp set for showdown at PDP headquarters today. Looking forward to that battle, the showdown, political. The hula baloo is a lot right now. A lot of things happening in the world of politics. I'm looking forward to see what's going to happen with, the supposed showdown.
Okay, so when cameras are on Wiki, everyone benefits. Believe it or not, yes.
Why did you say that?
Because it gives you content. Everyone is on social media
and
now.
We love entertainment in Nigeria.
That's what feeds us.
We love it.
It distracts us from the real problem, which is the economic, uppercut and side punch and hooks that we receive every now and then. So the interesting part is whenever Wiki is in the news, so for me, it might sound very, rhetoric in nature, but there is no downside to it. You get entertained. Either you see him with one new dance step, or you see people who obviously like to use AI to create things, will go and pick up anything he says and then use it.
And then anything he says, have you noticed that how most of things he says become meme material?
That's what I'm saying. So, and then apart from all that, him as a person, when you create intrigue around you, right? Some kind of mystery, nobody knows your next move. You become a point of entertainment, really. Everybody wants to look forward to what's going on. In fact, it is so interesting that if Wike says anything that he's going to do next week, look out for it. Everyone will go to his page, if at all is, go and see what is he what that was that he wants to do.
What's he up to?
It might sound funny, but I see him as the Donald Trump of Nigeria.
Yeah, I see your point,
right?
Actually. I see your point there.
So that's what I think. So for me, let's see how the showdown will be. They've already said it's a showdown, and the showdown never comes without some people going down. Let's see.
What's with this some people going down thing? Why would that even be the next? But I'm actually looking forward to just seeing how it all pans out. I think for me it's just the intrigues of the entire thing. For me, the intrigues, the play, and all of that. Right. And then the World Bank this morning, World Bank decided to cut CBN grant to $6.8 million. Now, what does that mean for us? Those are the questions this morning. World Bank decided to cut CBN grant to $6.8 million at a time when, Nigeria, CBN has been getting a lot of grants, and so World Bank deciding to cut certainly means that it's going to affect us, the bottom line. So that's for sure.
Do you want to hear my contrary opinion?
Okay, tell me.
So, it's a good thing. Yes, some people might not agree. Reasons given is, at some point, we need to stop spoon-feeding Nigerians, including me. Yes, I know it might sound...
Including you?
Yes, it might sound funny, but when you are met with tough times, your ability to deliver will come out. Because this so-called grant, some people call it free money, because at some point you don't account for it, but in this case you will. However, if they cut down the money, it will make us look deep in and say, look, let me begin to work hard. In this country, whether or not you believe it, when you want to make any move, even as a young man, you want to, get into a business, or you want to get married, or whatever you want to do, it's all about money. And so people seize every opportunity to want to jump into any free money. So I think the idea of grants at some point needs to be evaluated. Yes, will it help Nigeria's economy if the grant is cut off? I think to make those who are really entrepreneurial in nature begin to make moves, it will enable government to say, all those areas that have been losing money, can we begin to mop up those monies? And some other young individuals, those young individuals who are wasting their time, trying to, for instance, now you're trying to ask for someone to give you urgent 2K, we begin to reconsider. Wait a minute, this urgent 2K is not going to come. maybe where the money is coming from is from the grant, and grant has been reduced. So you work hard. I'm just being, a bit sarcastic. But however, it is good for our country.
Jen 2K from grant. Sometimes when you say something, I just think about like,
Right.
how are you talking about Jen 2K from grant, from TVN grant?
But you know what I mean. And that, so when they say urgent 2K, not necessarily mean that 2,000 naira.
Okay.
It could mean, I'm going to bid for some
$200,000.
Yeah, see what I'm saying, So that
$200K.
exactly.
Okay.
So I think we will adjust. We'll adjust. The more they cut it down, the more we begin to look into mining and stop people who are stealing our money from, so we can mop up cash from there. The more we look into agriculture and stop people who are creating, a bit of stifle situation that will make, agriculture not yield good products. We begin to close those areas to begin raking money. Now we've heard that our what's called the border between Nigeria and Benin Republic.
It's open.
It's open. Oh, that's also good news. Again, for some people, it's bad news. But whatever it is, let's begin to use those areas, take good advantage of those opportunities, and begin to rake in cash, because grants won't come forever. And remember, when a nation as big as Nigeria, 200 million plus people, when our leaders say, no, we must stand our ground because of X, Y, Z, right? Of course, people who give you this money will say, oh, well, I'm giving you money, we'll cut things down. Whether or not that's the situation, we don't know. But one thing we know, right, as journalists, that's why I've come to the table to talk about it, is that whenever we move cap in hand and ask for money, your ability to come to any table based on equity is questionable. Meaning to say that you have mortgaged that right.
Yeah.
And if your right to come to the table and discuss as equals, whether on a global stage, whether it is in UN, whatever it is, you are not seen as an important country. You are seen as, after all, we are the ones feeding your economy. So we need to wake up and see this net. Produce what to eat and eat what to produce, and depend less on this grant. However, the grant for some people is where they have their living from. But sometimes you have to, move left and right and move some certain things for the greater tomorrow. That's how I see it. So, a bit out of the grants, we will still survive.
And we already spoke about Nigeria reopening the Samia border with Benin after a 7-year closure. For me, I think this is also going to deepen intra-African trade, especially now that we're really talking about the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement now, and deepening trade relations between African countries. So for me, the reopening of this border is certainly a very positive move, if you ask me.
Yeah, I agree with you. And there's another part that we might just even look at. If that border remains open for a while, we hope that it will not drown our local production. Remember, more cars will be coming in. I don't know if they will allow rice and other things if already it's not being brought in already. But there's some things that they placed a bit of restriction on, maybe or not. I don't know the full details, but if that border is open fully, we hope it will not drown our local content. Remember, we have other areas that needs, looking into. Yeah, so that's what
right. All right, we'll take a quick break right now and be right back for the newspaper review in a bit. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps, Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile
brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
It was a fire incident. Fifth floor got fire around after 4 on the 24th of December 2025. So, but the marketers, the community itself, we tried all we could, but it's escalated to the other floors. So, the moment we are still trying to know the cause of the fire, we don't know the cause. About 8 people has been rescued. On the same day, some were rescued. One woman, Iyanu, died on the spot. Iyanu died on the spot. But one of our brother was rescued, 3 other guys, and after 3 other people were rescued as well. We can't ascertain the number of people that were trapped in there, but people are still there, that's what we know. But some people have been rescued, about 4 or 5 people were rescued, in which one of the community members and the marketers were rescued. So Iyanu died on the spot. The first death that we recovered was Iyanu. So that was what people tried all they could. But what last time I was telling us is the building is not safe for anybody to go in there. So it's hard for them to rescue to even take out the cops in there, because we know some people were dead, they were dead already. The next step the government can do now is to bring down the building. That's what they can do to help us now. The government said it is coming down. We know it's coming down, but they should make it fast, because look at what is going on now. Nobody can operate their businesses. So nobody can operate their business. So they should please do it faster.
Due to the fire outbreak, they told us that they need some extensions to be removed, so as whenever the building is going to collapse, it's not going to affect plazas. But sincerely, it started on Sunday. We didn't get the memo on time. So it was on Sunday we saw the videos being posted in the group. So a lot of us started coming. Monday they started demolishing shops behind, like at the back of my plazas. As on the 24th, we came to pack our things. Then after Christmas, we brought them back. As we speak, my goods are stocked in there. There's nothing I can do at the moment. The information I got this morning when I got here is that they are saying that in the next 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, we'll be able to access our plaza. But for now, there's no access. Sincerely, I can't even pinpoint anything that started. But I heard it was a Lister that started the fire. But I'm not certain. Because their Lister is downstairs. So we don't even know what happened. What caused the fire? We're just hearing hearsay. So there's nothing we know about it. Governor Sanwo-Olu said till they get that building down, there's nothing we can do at the moment. We cannot make sales. I understand it's for our own good, but please, they should even allow us to take out some goods and squat with other persons that their buildings are open prior to the time it gets our plazas are opened. Because we cannot stay since 24th till now. I have not rested. I have not sold anything. When I'm out of cash and I have goods to sell, I cannot sell. So please, Governor Sanwo-Olu, if you can help us with giving us time to come and pick up our items, few of our items that we can use to guide ourselves prior to the time our plazas are open, it will be good and fair enough for us.
It was a fire incident. 5th floor got fire around after 4 on the 24th of December 2025. So, but the marketers, the community itself, we tried all we could, but it's escalated to the other floors. So the moment we are still trying to know the cause of the fire. We don't know the cause. About 8 people has been rescued. On the same day, some were rescued. One woman, Iyanu, died on the spot. Iyanu died on the spot, but one of our brother was rescued. 3 other guys, and after 3 other people were rescued as well. We can't ascertain the number of people that were trapped in there, but people are still there. That's what we know. But some people have been rescued. About 4 or 5 people were rescued, in which one of the community members and the marketers were rescued. So Iyanu died on the spot. The first death that we recovered was Iyanu. So that was all. People tried all they could, but what last time I was telling us is the building is not safe for anybody to go in there. So it's hard for them to rescue to even take out the cops in there, because we know some people were dead. They were dead already. The next step the government can do now is to bring down the building. That's what they can do to help us now. The government said it is coming down. We know it's coming down, but they should make it fast, because look at what is going on now. Nobody can operate their business.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector, without a shred of doubt.
Good morning and welcome to this week's edition of Business Week. You're watching Business Day Television. My name is Lolade Akimurele, and today I'm joined in the studio by Eniola Olatunji, who's our financial analyst, and of course Dikpo Oladeinde, our energy analyst. Before we get... I give you guys a chance to say you're happy to be here.
We're happy to be here. Yeah. Good morning,
Great. That's a discussion for another day. So before we get into our discussions this morning, I'll just be going through a couple of local and foreign news. I'll start with Nigeria reopens Samiya border with Benin after 7 years. Nigeria has reopened the Samiya border with the Republic of Benin, ending a closure that lasted 7 years. Authorities say the reopening follows improved security coordination and trade monitoring between both countries. The border was originally shut as part of efforts to curb smuggling and protect local industries. However, traders and residents are now questioning whether the conditions that led to the closure have truly changed or if economic pressure forced the government's hand. Lagos government seals Ladipo market over environmental violations. The Lagos state government has sealed sections of Ladipo auto spare parts market over what it describes as persistent environmental violations, including poor waste management. Officials say the action followed repeated warnings to traders. The closure has sparked anger among market operators who argue that they are being punished without adequate support or alternatives, and reigniting debate over enforcement versus economic survival in the state. World Bank cut CBN grant to $6.8 million. The World Bank has reduced a grant to the Central Bank of Nigeria to $6.8 million, a move that has raised fresh concerns about confidence in Nigeria's economic management. While details surrounding the cut remain unclear, analysts say it could reflect tighter oversight and growing scrutiny of how development funds are utilized. the government adds to ongoing, the development, sorry, adds to ongoing pressure on the CBN amid broader economic reforms. And there we have it. Now for our discussions today. Dikbo and Eniola, I can't wait to start. So the first topic we have is about the NNPC. Last week, the Group CEO of the NNPC, Bayo Julari, conceded after several years of optimism that the NNPC cannot run refineries profitably. I mean, that sounds to me, to my ears, like an indictment. Given the amount of money that we've pumped into turnaround maintenances for those refineries over the years, just trying to get them running. But it ended up being the fact that the Dangote refinery still had to show us the way to go and not the government-run refinery. So, Dipo, what help us make some sense about the real implications of that admission coming from Bayo Julari?
Okay, thanks, and good to be here once again.
Good.
So that's a very, very sad development. Why? Because as far back as 2006, I recall, the Obasanjo administration had completely hands off government from the refinery. He had sold the refinery because, according to him, in the book My Watch, he had detailed how he had invited Shell, this is as far back as 2006, to come and take stakes in the refinery and then help run the refinery to make sure they're running efficiently well. And he said, Shell officials said, look, these things are dead. We can't, there's nothing we can do with them again. And so when the likes of Dangote then offered to, through a special vehicle, SPV, to acquire the refinery, we thought, oh, he said, wow, they were willing to pay about $750 million then for the 3 refineries.
So what Bayo Julari is telling us now, we've already actually known since 2006. Wow. So 20 years ago, 2 decades.
2 decades ago. And we got good amount of cash for the refinery. Again, about $750 or $60 million. Now, 20 years, now that refinery was sold, everything done. The next administration after the Obasanjo, the late Umaru Yar'Adua reversed it, and then we've been going round and round and round and round till now. So at my last check, we spent about 13 trillion.
13 trillion.
13 trillion. Now, the cost implication of that is what can 13 trillion do for Nigeria?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can it fix schools? Can it fix primary healthcare center? Can it fix jobs? You know, it's a lot. So
there's
the
so
fact
much,
that it took us 20 years to go back to a decision we took many, many years ago, it's sad. The fact that some have argued that maybe we need to probe all the previous group managing director of NNPC just to come and account for
the money they
spent
on the refineries.
And then again, what can we do with the refineries now, really? Because we is interested in buying those refineries. Let's not forget that at every point in time, at every year, we have workers who are on payroll in that refinery. Whether we like it or not, you pay people to manage that refinery. I mean, it's like the Ajakuta steel mill. It's working, it's not working, people are
getting paid.
Getting paid. So the refinery it took a long time, but here we are now. And it's sad because we've lost a lot of opportunities. During that period, we were managing the refinery. One man sat down and decided to build an entire new, brand new refinery again. And here we are. So, I mean, going forward, so what do we do?
Yeah, we'll come to that. We'll come to that, Dipo. Let me hold you there. But Eniola, Dipo just said 13 trillion wasted on those refineries for a country or for a government that is cash strapped, that year in, year out records huge amounts of budget deficit. I mean, the deficit in this year's budget, for instance, is 23 trillion. How can a government that is so cash strapped still make out the funds for such ventures?
Obviously, it's definitely one of the reasons for that. I mean, even just last year, I think for this year, the total budget for both defense, education, about 15 million. We wasted like a whole year's budget on education, health, and all of these things on a refinery that's refused to work for as long as Dipo has mentioned 20 years. And a lot of this money, even even last year we projected a revenue of about 30 trillion. We didn't make up to that. We've also projected another revenue for this year that we are not going to make, and we keep spending money on this. And these are some of the things he said. It now, people are working there; they are going to get paid. A lot of the budget goes to recurring expenditure, goes to debt facilitating, and it's very sad to see. And concerning this issue, I have more questions than even answers for you. I have a lot of questions. Is what he has come out to say? Is he being honest as the CEO? Is it honesty or just admittance that like the NNPC is a failed system? Are we banking on Dangote now as the only refinery that is working? Like, so what is this admittance for?
Some of us have always said that government really has no business in business. You should just create an enabling environment for the private sector to thrive. And I think this whole refinery conversation is just one of the examples that just shows that what private capital can do, government can simply not, because it's too inefficient. But can we now say that this should mark the end of the enormous amounts we've been spending on turnaround maintenances for those refineries? Given the fact that Bayo Julari has now said this, can we say conveniently that we are no longer going to be spending any, last year I think it was $1.5 billion. We're not going to be spending such amounts on turnaround maintenances anymore, especially given that tax reforms kicked in this year, and people are going to be even more conscious about how the government utilizes the revenue from taxes, because it's taxpayers' money and you have to be careful how you spend it.
Well, so I agree completely with you. Why? Because so in the global markets, who are those who run refineries, really? First of all, the margins for refinery are always very small, very tiny. So what that means is your efficiency rates ought to be at the highest level, because the margins are very tiny. So you can't afford to be making any losses, so it's mostly private. In fact, around the world, the majority of the most properly run refineries are all privately run, because of the fact that your margin for errors are very, very slim. You need to get the best of the best. So his admittance now is like, look, we are getting out of the NNPC has no business running it. Just like you said, government has no business running, especially a business where the margins are very, very small. So that's the first point. So the second point is they probably would be partnering with global refiners to get them in to come and say, okay, look, first of all, the NNPC structure is more like a civil servant structure, what they do in NNPC. And so this is why we are saying this change in direction, for instance, is this the first time we are getting an ex-IOC member to come run NNPC. What we've been getting over time are people who rose through the hierarchy at NNPC, former GTO, moved to GCF.
I think that's very important. So you're saying the change of guard at the NNPC is what is now even bringing this new transparency. So Bayo Julari, that's why after his appointment, there was a lot of people really cheered the appointment.
Even the current chairman of NNPC, Musa Kida, spends a large chunk of his career with Total Energy. A lot of the guys running NNPC now have IOC background, so they understand the technicalities of business
and the pure economics of running a refinery.
No emotions attached. There's no point holding on to something that has zero value. There is even a drain pipe to all of your finances. So the first thing they need to do is the admittance of the fact that, look, we are wrong. We've been wrong in the past, pumping lots of money into this. The next step is they've also announced plans to get in private partners to come run the refineries. And so NNPC will probably be reducing their stake. Maybe it's about 20% or 10-40%. And then let the international partners who understand the business, let them be the ones let us just replicate the LLNG model in the refinery structure. Whereas the IOCs would have majority shares, and then NNPC would also own some shares in it. And then let's see how it comes. Because a lot of people have also argued that, look, yes, Dangote is the biggest refinery in Nigeria, but there's room for internal competition. The NNPC refinery ought to be competing with Dangote refinery in terms of market share. So the argument that, we need to import in order to give Dangote refinery, no, we need to have locally run refineries, because it is when we domesticate the value chain in the oil and gas sector, that's when we can add value to the economy. Again, oil and gas contribution to GDP is still single digits. In other countries like Qatar, in other countries like Saudi Arabia, oil and gas accounts for a large chunk of whatever things each sector is contributing to the economy. So until we start getting value from the midstream, which NNPC is part of, and then start making sure that we prioritize efficiency over politics, where we prioritize value, prioritize making profit over every other thing, I think we'll start reaping the full benefits of what it means to actually be the Africa's biggest oil producing country.
Fantastic. Anyone you want to weigh in on that? Especially from the angle of the tax reforms that we've seen and how taxpayers would definitely not want any, they will not want their money to be channeled into these refineries going forward, especially given this admittance now from Mr. Bayo Julari.
So I guess I think like the admittance is a great one, and also the step to try to bring in private equity or private partners into it, because Nigeria, like I said last year, we barely made revenue. So this year we need, like, if NNPC is working, like you said, it will contribute, it will be able to contribute more to the GDP, Nigeria's GDP. And currently Nigerians, like, over the weekend, I was seeing some tweets where people were saying that that they would like to pay, that they don't mind paying tax for a country that is working. And he cited examples of when they even go to other countries, visit there, and they are able to get like healthcare facility. They are willing to pay taxes there. Now Nigerians are paying tax. You're paying tax as a worker, now you're paying your payee, you're paying withholding tax, you probably pay capital gain tax depending on how much you invest in the stock market. You want to see value for that money. I would expect that you want to see value for that money. And if like a lot of this were paying tax, and yes, at the end of this year we see maybe a bump in tax revenue, but like people can't feel it in their lives. I very much believe that we will have the same scenario Kenya had. Like when a tax bill was also raised in Kenya, they protested against it, and the government had to like do away with the bill. But Nigerians are waiting to see. They are waiting to see what will be what will they gain from this new tax regime. And if they come to see that despite a bump in revenue from tax revenues, they can't feel it in any area of their lives. I very much believe last week SBM released a report that says 69% of Nigerians do not believe that the government are using they are going to use the tax revenue properly. Last year they also released a report that said that Nigerians there's going to be a protest about it. So these are some of the things that the government needs to look out for and actually ensure that, like, what would it take them to actually give some of the stake to private company?
Or just privatize it.
They need to ensure that they generate at least the maximum revenue they can get from this from NNPC. So it's really something they should look into, and we're quite. You already said that Bayo Julari is an ex IOC person, and for him to admit it and even come out to say something like that, it sounds like someone that's trustworthy. So let's just watch out and see what they have.
Good. So yes, it means that from what I hear you say, it means that now that the government is expecting Nigerians to pay their fair share of taxes, then the Nigerians also would expect government to be more efficient in its spending, to ensure that we're not burning huge amounts of money on turnaround maintenances on refineries that would never work. I think this is the biggest sign yet, the biggest admittance that we've heard from the government side now. And we should take it seriously, because for someone with that stature to say that NNPC cannot run refineries profitably, then I think that should be the end, really, of this failed attempt of running refineries by government. And then let's just throw all our weight behind the Dangote refinery to support it and ensure that we even see more private sector players set up their own refineries as well, because we know the challenges that Dangote had to go through in setting up that gigantic refinery. So let's just smoothen the path for other players to come in, and then let's just ensure that we have private capital flowing in, and then we're having refineries springing up everywhere. I think that's the way to go, especially given his latest admittance from Bayo Julari. Okay, we'll move on to our next topic now. But before we do that, we'll go away for a short break. We'll be right back. Please stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste money, you waste energy. But that's how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You are welcome back to Business Week. Before we took a short break, we talked about the admission by Bayo Julari, the Group CEO of NNPC, that NNPC cannot run refineries profitably. Now we're about to pivot to our next conversation, which is around the Treasury bill market. And there's a lot going on there. I see that our lead story today was about that, just looking at the outsized demand going into that space. What is really going on?
So currently there are a lot of maturities, both automobiles maturities, treasury bill maturities. So first off, for the last 3 years, the government mostly front-loaded its borrowing. So even last year, 2 years ago, most of his borrowing, a large part of his borrowing was done in the first half of the year. So that means that a lot of the borrowing done last year, they are paying back about this same time last year. So that means a lot of investors are flooded. They are flooded with liquidity. There's so much money in the market.
So that's one of the things driving the demand in that market.
That's one of
a lot of investors flush with cash.
Yes, they are flushed with cash from different maturities. And it's not even just in the all in the treasury bill market. All of government securities that has come to market in the since this year, I've seen very high demand. Last month, the FGN bond auction last month saw a record subscription and even a record sale. Automobiles last week too. I think twice. The CBN went to auctioned automobiles twice last week, and one saw about over 5 trillion subscription. Then I think they went again. Then they saw about 4 trillion subscription again. Now at the treasury bill markets last week Wednesday too, we saw over 4.59 trillion subscriptions for across all the tenures, like it's a total of 4.59 trillion, but most of it was concentrated, about 4.3 trillion of it was concentrated at the 1 year treasury bill. And this is because that's the bill, that the longest bill, and it holds the highest true yields and stop rates, so to speak. But because of that high demand, there was, I mean, the government was only wanted about 800 billion of it. That's what they put out to sell, and it saw 4.5 trillion of it. So
so the government wanted to sell 800 billion,
800
but
billion.
the total demand for the bills was 4.5 trillion naira.
Yes, you only wanted. So in fact, on the 1 year T-bills, it only sold a little over 800, maybe 880 billion eventually, and that's common economics. When demand outweighs supply, yields drop. So the yields on the 1 year treasury bill drop. So for the other tenures, that is the 90 days and the 181 days, the demand on them weren't so much, although it surpassed what was put up, but that made their yields, the yields on them increase because the demand weren't great on them. And this is a trend we've seen since late last year, about the last auction in December. We've seen every auction, we've seen demand surpass 1 trillion. Before last week, 2 weeks before, we saw 3.5.
Same, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
over 3 trillion in that, for the 1 year period, and it's caused by the same thing, demand.
So it's been rising progressively
Yes,
this year. But you know, there can be no demand if there's no real underlying value. So investors are probably flocking there because of the promise of return.
Yes.
So what is the return picture? What's the yield? You talked about the yields now.
Yes, so the true yield on the 1 year bill as at last auction was 20.46%, and that was a decline from about 22%. And this was because of the demand for it. But another reason why on the investor side, another reason why they are also flocking to this is not just because of just liquidity.
Yeah.
If it's not if it doesn't offer good value, they won't rush to it.
Yeah.
So there's projects now. We've seen inflation drop to about 15% in December. That means that later this year we will see drop even further, and there are projections for a likely rate cut. Maybe there's an MPC meeting this month. We're not quite sure what the decision will be. I don't think there will be a rate cut. But when we saw the results of the MPC decision, we saw a 5 to 6, 6 people.
Yeah.
Yes, I think 6 people.
5 to 5 actually.
5 to 5. You see, so
no. It was
5 to 6.
Yes, so it was Cardoso's vote that tipped it in favor of the hold, right?
Yes. So we see that a lot.
So it was 5 to 6.
Yes, it was 5 to 6. So we can see that a lot of the members of the MPC actually want a 50 basis cut in the MPR. So if this we don't know what will happen this particular MPC meeting, but there's I mean, now yield on treasury, 1 year treasury is 20%, and the interest rate is about 27%. There's a very large gap between what market yields are and what the MPR is. So there's a need to actually cut the rate. But also, the CBN is trying to keep rates at that. We see what is going on even in the OMO segment. We can see that there's so much demand for it, and this is one of the ways that they can get dollar inflows to keep the naira to keep naira inflows and to keep naira sustainable. And we've seen that in January alone, naira appreciated about 4%. We've seen it go to 1,380 naira to the dollar. The last time we saw that was probably 2-3 years. I don't even think we've seen that in a very long time. So that in mind, investors are flocking in so that they can get this rate. There are projections. Cardinal Stone projects that by the end of the year, rates on the 1 year bill would go down to 17%. Quadros even projects even worse, that it might drop to as much as 12%. So that is something the investors are looking
to do. So they're trying to lock in on the high yields before it drops even considerably. Because the expectations that the CBN will cut rates. So it means that all eyes will be on the MPC meeting this month to see what the CBN's MPC does. Interesting. Big One needs to come into this conversation at some point. But we've been talking a lot about the demand, the high return and everything. But the truth is, I need to bring this up because this is a developing economy we're talking about here. It's never the best approach when you have yields on government securities this high, because it does one thing. It crowds out the private sector. So nobody wants to lend to the private sector at a rate below which they lend to the government, because government lending is considered as risk-free, right? So before you're going to take a chance to lend money or give credit as a bank or a financier to a corporate, then of course the corporate must be willing to pay higher than what the federal government is giving you. Otherwise, you're better served just parking your cash risk-free, with the government, and you're earning your 20%. So for me, that's still a big problem. What is the size of the crowding out that is happening in the economy as a result of the high rates on government securities?
Okay, so are you saying there's a potential downside?
Yeah.
Private guys?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that some people will be starved of liquidity as a result of the high rates that we're seeing in the market for government securities. Because as a bank, for instance, and you can look at their books, you see it. Most banks pack a lot of cash in government securities because it's risk-free, and you're getting very high returns. It's enough to drive profitability for you as a lender. So if that is the case, then it means that before a bank takes a chance on an average SME or a manufacturer or something, it would demand even higher interest rates. So I'm saying, what is the scale of the crowding out effect that we're seeing, especially given that this is an economy that is opening up, businesses are they are revisiting plans of expansion. What is the scale at which the private sector is being crowded out? What signs do you see to suggest that, you could start by talking about maybe the high interest rates, for instance, and how a lot of companies are now snubbing bank loans, and some are bootstrapping, some are looking for other alternatives to raise capital.
So before you go, first of all, how many of the SMEs or how many companies are really exposed to the banks in terms of tapping? How many companies really go to the bank and say, look, I need, most people would rather, well, maybe apart from my oil and gas, a really large chunk of cash, right? So how much, if you check manufacturer exposure to the banks, maybe 2-3 years, you discover that I'm not sure there's been any serious significant change. So my view is, look, the economy is rebounding, right? We all know where we're coming from, right? And we know how we are here now. I think for the first time, we are seeing a lot of faith in the economy, most especially from external or private investors who are coming to the country, and even locally as well. So what the CBN needs to do is probably, there is no one size fits everything. They probably need to watch the market, and then probably needs to start saying that, look, at some point in time, we need to start reducing maybe the yields at some point, just to make sure that there is a circular flow of money around the economy. Because my point is, look, the economy is rebounding, right? And you talked about the exchange rate. I still feel the exchange rate can still be much more better than where we are now. Even when I recognize the fact that, look, at some point we're coming from the dead of the dead previous era. So let's wait. Let's look out for the outlook for what, especially when the bank release their full year result. And I think from when we see how the full year result look like, then we can now project on what to expect.
I think one of the reasons why the manufacturing sector is not so exposed to bank loans is because of this same point that we're talking about. Because the banks would just prefer to park this cash in government securities. Perhaps if you had interest rates, a bit lower, you would have, maybe any one of you can, talk more about that. Because I think it's a function of the interest rates.
Yes.
If you had interest rates that are affordable, then you have more companies going through. But if the current situation is that a lot of corporates are bypassing bank loans, because it's too high. Because how can you do a honest business, and expect to pay as high as 35% just servicing loans?
Yeah.
Well,
how do you stay profitable?
Yeah. So what interest rate is profitable? It's
for
manufacturers.
No, so I can't give one. I mean, manufacturers will tell you that they want single digits. But the best place to look at other countries. What is the rate of inflation because inflation is what determines interest rates. So what's the rate of inflation in those countries, and then what is the rate of the interest rate, and then how are banks, just playing their role of being financial intermediators and then just funneling cash to the real economy, because it's important. Banks we're not set up to just go and pack cash in high yielding government securities.
Yes.
And we've had this dysfunction for many years now. That's why people cannot really feel the impact of the banks on the economy. And that's why when the economy was absolutely tumbling, the banks were recording huge profit because there's already a disconnect between the banks and the real sector that should be driving economic growth.
Yes, even outside of this, I wanted to point out that most of 2024, even when rates were high, we saw a lot of companies issue commercial papers. And they issued at very, we saw I raised close to 30%. And
commercial papers?
Yes, commercial papers.
Are they usually as high as 30%?
Yes, in 2024, treasury bills were doing 25-28%. So they had to give more than treasury bills that was doing. And we saw them issue at 30%. Now, what's the difference? Late 2025, we had a story on BusinessDay that said that a lot of companies are now going to the equity market compared to the debt market. I would assume that a lot of companies have they've tested issuing commercial papers at 30% is, and they're like, no,
this
is not sustainable.
And only the big players can even access the commercial papers. SMEs are completely locked out of that.
Exactly, because even SEC has issued regulations around commercial papers that you have to go through, like you have to even meet some capital requirement and all of that. So even SMEs are locked out. But even those that even we think have the money, we've seen reduced issuances of commercial paper, and that is what we're talking about, being crowded out of the economy. We see more people going to the equities market. Sometime last year, Presco recalled a bond it had initially given they did a rights issue last year, I think, even till earlier this year.
Because it just made sense to raise equity
over there. See if someone as big as Presco is doing that, like how much more smaller companies, even when we look at non-performing loans over the years for banks, we see that most of even their credit goes out to oil and gas companies. They are not ready to give it to even small businesses. So this is the impact of like a high interest rate on the economy, on the real sector. So that's why like there's so much anticipation for a rate cut. So if analysts project about 300 to 400 basis points, that should take it to about 23 or 24% from 27% it is currently, and we should see banks rates also drop to say 27% from 35% on loans. And even there should even be more incentive by the CBN, more intentionality to borrowing to the real sector, like even like for banks to reduce their interest rates for borrowing to certain sectors in the economy. And one of it is even last week we were talking about electricity and how more people are trying to buy solar panels and all of that, and there are some banks that have like loans for those particular specific projects. So more of these things should happen, but I really hope that inflation continues on the trend it is right now, so we can.
I agree. I think the banks have gotten so comfortable just making a lot of money from doing nothing, which is just investing in government securities and then sitting back and then recouping all of that money. No, I don't think we should go back to those dark days where the CBN was mandating banks on what to do with their cash and all of that. I think it should just stick to the regulatory role. I think the market can correct itself. So if we now see a continued disinflationary trend, and then the MPC starts to lower interest rates, and then you just make it a little bit less, convincing to invest in treasury bills, then perhaps you can see the banks start to get more creative around how to make profit. But right now, I think they're just satisfied. You know what they say, if it's not broken, don't fix it. They are good already, making a lot of money. You see the kind of numbers that they declare, the kind of profit that they are posting. So if they are getting a lot of money from the government securities, then there's no point reinventing the wheel. But the minute you start seeing those yields fall, then they get under pressure to find new avenues to grow profits and continue going as a
historically treasury bills should be single digits. So once they get back to single digits, it's obviously not more profitable for them.
So I'm not going to support the idea of the central bank now mandating the banks to give out targeted loans to some sectors at subsidized rates, because it creates some distortions in the market, and we've seen that before, and we don't want that situation. But once you have interest rates falling to that level, then the banks will by themselves, without anyone mandating them to do it. If they decide to do it, and then great. So everybody will have their own playbook as to how to grow profits sustainably. So we need that. We can't wait for that to happen, for inflation to quickly continue its deceleration path, and then for interest rate to start coming down. Okay, so let's move to our final topic now, and it's just to a roundup of how African markets performed in January. from the currency market to the stock market, and then maybe the fixed income market as well. We've seen considerable appreciation in the naira.
Yes.
A lot of the time, people forget the fact that one of the drivers of that really is also the weakening US dollar, right?
Yes.
But we've still seen considerable appreciation in naira. Everybody's excited. It's about 1,350 now, and people are even projecting. I mean, Bismarck Rwani, the leading economist and the CEO of FDC, thinks that the naira should be at around 1,200. So, to you, Dipo, now, what is the role? I mean, what impact is the oil market having in all of this? Let's start with that before we then come to the impact of the weak dollar.
Okay, so for oil prices have been up, relatively higher compared to last time, and then our oil production numbers have also increased as well. So the outlook for oil is the fact that oil should still over around 80 to $5 per barrel for 2026. I mean, this is significantly higher than our budget benchmark. I think the proposed 65, and then the lawmaker reduced to 60, right? So it's still well above our crude oil benchmark, our oil benchmark in the budget. So that's one. And then the second thing is the fact that majority of our crude are even priced higher than average Brent. So if the price of average Brent is trading around 70-75, some of our crude oil are even trading higher, trading as far as $3 $4 higher than average oil price. So what that shows is the market really, the purchase of Nigerian oil is always very, very attractive, especially in the international market. And then for oil production, so last year we were at around 1.4 and 1.3, now we are doing about 1.5, 1.6, depending on how content is improved. So that again is also boosting our outlook for 2026. And then another major thing we're also witnessing as well is the shift in our buyers, majority of the buyers of Nigeria's crude oil. So first of all, we used to have European buyers. India, for instance, used to be the biggest buyer. And then at some point, India was reducing the purchase of Nigeria due to its affiliation with Russia. A lot of Russia's crude oil were flooding the market, which was at a lower price compared to other prices. So India was no longer an option. But then some of the European countries, they are still very much happy to purchase Nigeria's crude oil. The likes of Netherlands, the likes of Spain, the likes of Belgium. I mean, these guys are basically traditional, biggest buyers of Nigeria's crude oil. And then we've also seen as well that the United States as well. So the talks about Venezuela's crude oil flooding the market, I think that tension have died down now, because there's also the realistic expectation that whatever Trump wants to achieve with Venezuela will not happen in a year, or will not happen in 2 years. The oil business is not, you don't pump in money today and expect crude oil the next day. You don't pump in money and then it takes 2-3 years for you to start getting. So whatever Trump is trying to achieve with Venezuela's oil flooding the market, we won't see it till the tail end of 2026 or even early 2027. So what that means is Venezuela's oil is not flooding the market anytime soon. So even if we're expecting that oil is classified as heavy crude, Nigeria is classified as sweet crude. Sweet crude is more appealing in the market because it's easy to refine. It's less environmental issues, which a lot of the European countries are prioritizing now. And then the fact that it's like honey compared to heavy crude, which is always very difficult. So which is one of the reasons why sweet crude the prices are always higher, because it's attractive. So overall, the impact is the oil market is very, very optimistic for 2026, most especially for Nigeria in terms of crude oil production. So we're also expecting some additional crude oil into the market. Some of the assets that we have invested from last year, we begin to see improved oil from these assets. For instance, the likes of Seplat are increasing their oil production. The likes of Aradel are also increasing their oil production. Majority of these assets that were snapped up from, because let's not forget that the main reason why these locals didn't acquire these assets in the first place was because the locals have what it takes to extract more crude oil from an asset than an oil major, because an oil major will probably struggle with, a global company does not accept this rule, blah blah blah. But when it comes to the locals knows how to bend the rules, and how to attract, and how to get the maximum oil, especially from onshore assets. So the outlook for Nigeria's oil market is very, very optimistic, and the crude oil market as well. Let's assume there is no major development in the Middle East. So the outlook will still remain around 85 to $80 per barrel.
Great. So that's good news for the naira. Then it will keep surging if we're just basing the performance of the currency on the oil market alone. But we know that that's not the only factor, obviously, that determines that. And then, can you just provide for us? So, what has been the rate of appreciation in the naira compared to other African currencies? I know for naira it's about 7% now.
Yeah, so the naira has appreciated about 7%, but I think Zambian currency has appreciated more. Kwacha, yes, that's appreciated way more than that, and that's because of copper prices. So
commodity falling African currencies.
Yes, followed by Ghana, why gold.
Yeah.
So something we're seeing is because due to the geopolitical tension caused by our dear Trump, there's a lot of flights to safety assets. Normally, safety assets will be the U.S. Treasury, but then again, that's the Trump that has a lot to
safe haven assets like gold are getting
gold to safe haven.
But that is already coming down now.
Yes, but we saw a lot of that happen
in January. Yeah, absolutely.
So this really fueled the Zambian kwacha currency, like you said, and then gold. Last year we saw the Ghanaian cedis appreciate by over 40%. In 2022-2023, the Ghanaian currency was the worst performing currency, and now they went from that to doing over 40% in a year. Why? Gold. So we've seen a lot of people, and they are exporters of gold. So we've seen a lot. That means their reserves is growing. They are seeing more inflows due to purchases of gold, and that has really helped, like the Ghana cedis. I even read that like it appreciated so much even in January. They tried to even, we would usually like step in when the naira is maybe falling too much. They have to step in so that it doesn't appreciate too much to fuel exports. So for right now, even when it comes to even the Eurobond market, assets are really one of the big drivers of like naira currency stability. When it comes to the Eurobond market, a lot of time when there's geopolitical tension in other places and people come to say emerging markets, most of the people that are big beneficiaries of these things are people that export crude.
Commodity exporters.
Yes. Yeah. So that's something that African markets have really benefited from. Yes, in January. Yeah. We've seen like even Dipo said that when on the oil front, things really look positive for us. So it's one of the things that is also helping stabilize our naira. That with inflows from Omo bills, treasury bills, we've seen the reserve grew to about 46 billion naira. So those things are one of the things fueling currencies across the market. Yes, so most African markets are seeing very, very good appreciation in their currencies
as a result of the commodities. Yes. I mean, I remember at the beginning of the year we didn't think that oil prices were headed towards $80 per barrel, but look at where we are now. And gold as well has been on a tear, even though that has softened a little bit now. But these African currencies are really benefiting from the high prices of commodities. But that's all we can take on this week's edition of Business Week. We hope you enjoyed our show. If you did, join us next week, same time, 9 a.m. on Monday. See you then. Bye-bye.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome. Let's discuss leading through AI and technological disruption. Technology has always changed how organizations operate, but the current wave, led by AI and automation, is changing something deeper: how leaders must think. The temptation is to treat AI as a technical project, something for IT or a task force or a vendor. But the most important questions are not technical. They are leadership questions. What work will still require distinctly human judgment? How will we redesign roles so that people are not competing with technology, but amplified by it? What ethical lines will we not cross, even if crossing them appears profitable? How will we prepare our teams, not just with skills, but with the mindset required for constant change? You can delegate tools and implementation. You cannot delegate the values, the boundaries, and the direction. In my conversations with senior leaders, those who navigate technological disruption well do one thing consistently. They take time to think slowly about the long-term implications before acting quickly. They ask, how will this technology change the way our customers live, decide, and trust? How will it change the way our people experience work? What kind of organization are we becoming if we fully embrace this? AI will not replace leaders, but it will expose the difference between leaders who think deeply and those who simply react. In seasons like this, Your task is not just to adopt new tools. It is to provide the kind of steady, thoughtful leadership that gives your people confidence in the future you are building together.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on Business Day Television. I am Elizabeth Musa. Nigeria's electoral future is once again under intense public scrutiny. The Senate has passed an amendment to the 2022 Electoral Act, but in a move that has sparked widespread debate, it failed to make electronic transmission of election results legally binding on INEC, leaving the decision once again at the Commission's discretion. This means that in 2027, just like in the 2023 elections, INEC will still determine whether or not to electronically transmit results, despite strong public demand, civil society advocacy, and lessons from past electoral controversies. For many Nigerians, this raises serious questions about transparency, credibility, accountability, and the risk of a repeat of technical failures or, worse still, electoral disputes. Well, joining me this morning is Martin Onovo, is the former presidential candidate of the National Conscience Party. Welcome to the show, Mr. Onovo.
Thank you very much.
It's good to have you this morning. Now, the Senate has chosen not to make electronic transmission of results mandatory, leaving it at INEC's discretion. From your perspective, what's the real implication of this decision for Nigeria's 2027 elections?
Well, in one word, it's completely undemocratic, and I need to substantiate that. For those of us who do not know what democracy means, democracy is from the original Greek demo and kratia. People rule. So democracy is a government where the people themselves rule. In practice, it is that decisions are taken in line with the position of the majority of the people. It's that simple. Then I don't want to agree with you that the Senate did not. Why? Because the senators themselves, several of the senators have said that they agreed on mandatory real-time transmission of results. Apparently, it is the Senate president that alone is disagreeing and is insisting on the same words or wordings of the Electoral Act 2022. So this is completely undemocratic. Going outside the Senate, the House of Reps agreed. Going beyond the legislature, civil society organizations, election monitoring groups, local and international observers agree. So apparently, it is the Senate president acting with impunity. And we need to hold him personally responsible for that. This is not a Senate decision, in my opinion, because we have had other senators comment and say that they agreed on mandatory electronic, real-time electronic transmission. Those are the conditions. And this confirms that the ruling party knows that it cannot win an election because Godswill Akpabio, Senate President, belongs to the ruling party. So it's very clear that the only reason trying to claim that they don't have internet services in a few places is not reasonable. Because assuming without conceding that you don't have internet services in a few places, definitely all the capitals in the country have internet services. I don't know any local government that does not have internet services. So even without conceding, and we know that the terrorists in the forest have internet services because they are doing things on the internet. They are posting. So assume that there is one tiny village in a remote place that doesn't have. Very simple. After the election, when the presiding officer gets to the World Collation Center, he can transmit from there. So this is unreasonable. This is unrealistic. This is a Godswill Akpabio thing. This is not, in my opinion, a Senate thing, because we have heard from other senators. We can see how Godswill Akpabio went forward or went further to remove Senator Simon Lalong, chairman of Senate Committee on INEC, from the Harmonization Committee. We can also see how Senator Ali Ndume challenged him on that, and how they were able to get Simon Lalong back. So this is a Godswill Akpabio thing, and we need to all hold him personally responsible for this. Thank you.
Nigerians actually have expected this amendment to legally guarantee electronic transmission to improve transparency. Would you say that this makes the Senate decision risk weakening public trust in the electoral process? Would you say it weakens public trust?
Definite, because the 2023 election destroyed public trust. I'm a politician. I've run for president. But I tell you, I voted in 2019 in 2023, because I wanted to see how it was going to be rigged. I felt it could not be rigged, because over 90% of all rigging happens at collation. It is very difficult to rig at a polling station because everybody is there, the voters are there. So when you get to a collation center, I've contested election many times in this country. They use security to fence off the public, and then they start the magic. So most of the rigging occurs at collation centers. So if you eliminate collation fraud, you have eliminated maybe 95% of electoral fraud. Now, you can see the Lagos State example in the 2023 presidential election. The election tribunal subpoenaed the results for the identified states. INEC refused to produce the results. If you say electronic transmission failed, you had technical glitches, your server went off, which we all know is false, because that's verifiable. So if we all know that's false, But let us assume that electronic systems failed. INEC still did not produce the paper polling station results, which you can also use. INEC refused a subpoena, court subpoena, to produce those results. They just wrote up a final result and presented it. And the information we have from the most credible sources is that the ruling party could not secure 14% of the votes in Lagos. That was a woeful failure, and this is how they failed all around the country. The ruling party was in government in Aso Rock. They failed in Aso Rock. They failed in the Federal Capital Territory. They could not get 25%. They failed woefully in Lagos State, which is the base of their candidate. They even failed on Bodilon Police Station. So this is just complete brigandage. This is intolerable. Till date, many of us have not accepted the 2023 results. I will never accept it. I do not accept it. And if a politician like myself can be thinking about whether I should vote or not, then you can wonder what happens with the young people. Because who has time to go and waste? If the vote is not counted, why do you need to vote? So this is our opportunity now. It is not too late. We still have the step of the harmonization before the sign-offs. So we must insist, and the mass media must help us at this point, because I am sure that if the leading mass media organizations do editorials to condemn this nonsense, and we can personally hold Senator Akpabio responsible, all this nonsense will collapse. Because the information we have from the senators themselves is that about 85% agree with us. We already know that the House of Reps agrees with us. So this is an Akpabio thing. And all of us must hold Akpabio responsible. Thank you.
Mr. Onovo, I want to talk about, you mentioned that you voted in 2023 elections because you wanted to see if there would be any of these, glitches. But you know that 2027 is here now. Do you see us at a risk of witnessing a repeat of the scenario that happened in 2023 with INEC, citing technical glitches in results transmission, which obviously we saw led to some public outrage and legal battles? Do we see the same thing happening in 2027? Do we risk of that happening?
It's very clear to us. The risk is there, and it's a very high risk. Especially when you factor in the desperation of the ruling party, the extreme, outrageous desperation. So, and the terrible, unfathomable, poor performance, and the complete rejection of the ruling party by the Nigerian people. I'm sure you read in the mass media where Abeokuta market women say that if they see Tinubu, they will attack him physically. So who is going to vote for him? They know nobody is going to vote for them. Their whole reliance is on fraud, electoral fraud, and we must not accept that.
Mr. Onovo, I don't know if you are done with your train of thought, but in the case that you're done with that, supporters of the Senate position argue that INEC needs flexibility to actually manage technology and logistics, while critics say that, of course, this gives INEC too much unchecked power. Where do you stand in this balance between independence and accountability?
There's no argument on the other side. There's no argument. I just defeated that. What do you need flexibility? Flexibility for fraud? What do you need the flexibility for? After election, why do you have a BVAS and IREM? Why are we going back to this discussion? Have these discussions not been completed many years ago? Now, these are steps towards rigging. This is laying the foundation for rigging. Don't forget what happened in 2023. First, they removed the head of INEC IT, who oversaw the development of the BVAS and the IREM. So who had a stake in the effectiveness of the systems he had developed. They brought the pliable person and made him head of IT. And then we saw what happened. So why are we not making improvements in this country? Why are we going back? Because we keep entertaining worthless and retrogressive and backward absurdities. What kind of story is this? There is absolutely no justification. I'm talking to you now by virtue of technology. I talk to people in the US with technology. Now, when it comes to South Africa, concluded their oath very successfully with technology. Assume that there are 9 wards in Nigeria where there is no internet service. How much does it cost us to provide internet services there? So this is all silly. And when we discuss this kind of things, we degrade the quality of the discussion. Because there is absolutely no justification. Which flexibility? Flexibility for fraud? Just do the right thing, simple. Okay, the same INEC that has no iota of integrity, has no dignity, has no public reputation, locally and internationally. You are asking us to trust them? The same INEC that told us there was a glitch when we know that there was fraud? The same INEC that up till today, okay, you said technology failed. Did your papers fail? Bring the papers. The Form 8CA, bring it. We will see how the ruling party lost the election woefully. This is a maximum dictatorship. And with this kind of questions, the media seems to be encouraging this. Let us just refute this absurdity. That's what we need to do. And that's if we want to make progress. But if we want to keep discussing frivolities and imbecilities and absurdities, well and good. We'll pay the price. We're already paying the price. Pure water has gone from 5 naira to 30 naira. In some places, 40. One orange is 200 naira. People get burnt. A reverend father got burnt inside his car. How many people were killed in Kwara? How can we continue like this? We can't have this quality of discussions. We are asking whether INEC should transmit results. The same INEC that fraudulently disgraced itself. When Jega went to Chatham House to promise real-time transmission of results, where were all these claims of technological constraints? These are all false. The mass media knows they are false. Why can you not denounce them as false? You put your editorial opinion and you declare them false and unacceptable. That's what we are doing, we that we're opposition. They are false and they are unacceptable. They are fraudulent. So there's no balance. There's nothing to balance. Just tell the simple truth. Don't balance a lie with the truth. Thank you.
Right. I really like how, the passion with the conversation here. But given Nigeria's history of contested elections, does this decision increase the likelihood of post-election legal battles, the protest or legitimacy crisis? Because I'm also looking at the fact that, just in case the law does not compel INEC, what should civil society, what should political parties, what should ordinary Nigerians be demanding now to actually safeguard election credibility?
I can tell you that 2023 cannot be repeated. I can tell you that. It is better that we warn the ruling party. And I use this opportunity to warn the ruling party not to dare the kind of brigandage they tried in 2023. Because we're on the field, we're on the ground. The Nigerian people are not willing to tolerate it. The consequences may be disastrous for them. They are daring 240 million people. That is imbecilic. That is imbecilic. The people who are doing this thing are not up to 200,000. The vagabonds in INEC, the illegitimate political office holders, their supporters, their data boys, all these people, they're not up to 200,000. They are daring 240 million people. And if the 240 million people get provoked, the consequences will be completely catastrophic for them. Enough. Enough. The ruling party needs to back off. Godswill Akpabio needs to back off. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Onovo. Just before I let you go, just one in 30 seconds to 60 seconds. If you had an opportunity to address lawmakers and INEC directly today, what's a single reform that you would be insisting on to protect Nigeria's democracy ahead of 2027?
My opinion does not count. Everybody has agreed. The House of Rep agrees. The majority of senators agree. We want mandatory, real-time electronic transmission. We have designed it. We had it before South Africa. We switched off our IRF portal because we didn't like the results we are seeing. We wanted to cook up our fake results as usual. The late Donyokupe said, which presidential election in Nigeria has not been rigged? That's how they have been rigging. That's how they rigged me out in 2015. This is what they have been doing all the time. This is not acceptable. This is very dangerous. The ruling party needs to be warned not to push the Nigerian people further. The simple thing, let the votes count. Two pillars of democracy, the integrity of the ballot and the rule of law. Now, they are trying to create a loophole in the rule of law that they will exploit to manipulate the integrity of the ballot. That is not acceptable. That is dangerous to the whole country and particularly dangerous to members of the ruling party and the vagabonds who think that they can get away with any level of impunity.
Very much, Mr. Martin Onovo, former presidential candidate of the National Conscience Party. Thank you so much for your passionate submissions this morning on The Big Story. You've been watching The Big Story right here on Business Day Television. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Welcome. Let's discuss leading through AI and technological disruption. Technology has always changed how organizations operate. But the current wave, led by AI and automation, is changing something deeper. How leaders must think. The temptation is to treat AI as a technical project, something for IT or a task force or a vendor. But the most important questions are not technical. They are leadership questions. What work will still require distinctly human judgment? How will we redesign roles so that people are not competing with technology but amplified by it? What ethical lines will we not cross, even if crossing them appears profitable? How will we prepare our teams, not just with skills, but with the mindset required for constant change? You can delegate tools and implementation. You cannot delegate the values, the boundaries, and the direction. In my conversations with senior leaders, those who navigate technological disruption well do one thing consistently. They take time to think slowly about the long-term implications before acting quickly. They ask, how will this technology change the way our customers live, decide, and trust? How will it change the way our people experience work? What kind of organization are we becoming if we fully embrace this? AI will not replace leaders, but it will expose the difference between leaders who think deeply and those who simply react. In seasons like this, your task is not just to adopt new tools. It is to provide the kind of steady, thoughtful leadership that gives your people confidence in the future you are building together.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises
to the pulse of national economic policy. This is where business meets perspective, with expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile. Your gate.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and this is Social Listening, where we check out some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course, joining me is...
Well, I was hoping you're going to say joining you is, then I would like to give pause and I'll say Onyeka
something
Valentine.
dramatic.
But it didn't work that way. Anyways, Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine. Let's see what's going on social media today. Quite a number of things, but our first conversation this morning is certainly the immediate suspension of the Monday sit-at-home across Nigeria's southeast by the indigenous people of Biafra. In a statement issued on Sunday, Ima Powerful, the group's spokesperson, said the decision followed a directive from IPOB's detained Nnamdi Kanu. Powerful said Kanu ordered the cancellation to restore normal life in the region, stressing that there was no longer any justification for residents to remain indoors on Mondays. Well, before we take a look at the tweet, I would say that this is firstly a good step.
100%.
Because the Monday sit-at-home thing is beginning to just
overstretch out of meaning,
and waste precious time. It wasn't economically viable any longer.
Even though at some point, at the beginning, they thought there was some level of, impact. But along the line, we're now seeing that, some kind of groups who are now thinking they could capitalize on this matter wanted to weigh in. But it's good enough that he can now say, look, there's no need for this thing any longer. Let's now see whether to add more value economically to the state.
It wasn't quite yielding any result to any extent, but let's see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation on social media to see whether they're with Nnamdi Kanu or if they are for the sit-at-home. Sit-at-home, because firstly, I'm against the sit-at-home. I think it had overstretched.
From the beginning, I think it wasn't necessary. Let's be honest, it wasn't necessary. There are many ways they could have gotten their words heard other than sit-at-home.
Other than sit-at-home, right. There's a comment from Bashir Ahmad. It says, so I read that Nnamdi Kanu, a convicted terrorist, has ordered the permanent cancellation of the sit-at-home in the southeast. This is to congratulate many innocent people who have suffered quietly under the impact of the illegal order and could not openly speak against it. That's from Bashir Ahmad. Do we have more reactions? OG Anyone says, Nnamdi Kanu influence is massive, commanding from inside. I think it's ridiculous. Like, why should he have so much power and it's calling the shots?
Let's not forget, before now, right, he had tried so hard to have them cancel the sit-at-home thing since 2021, right? So that about say 3-4 years ago. Those different groups still refused. He tried again, look, guys, let this thing go so that way we can meet government halfway and then begin to see if what we are pushing or whatever they are pushing for, fighting for, could yield something. Those groups, one way or the other, still said no, some of those groups. So it's not the first time that he tried to have them cancel it. He has tried before, it didn't work. It looked as if whenever he tried, a different group will spring out from the so-called IPOB or those who are pushing the agenda, or Biafra as the case may be. However, the first guy that had his contribution there on the Twitter, whatever one call it, said convicted terrorist. So for me, I think just the way it's easy for him to have said so, I think every other person who also has been termed the terrorist should be brought to book too, right? I mean, look, so there should be no secret cow in this matter. We know people who, in many ways, regardless where you're from, whether you're Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, you're Efik, wherever you're from, if you pose a threat to the unity and stability of the nation, right? We shouldn't waste time and have the person, whoever it is, brought to book. What about Sunday Igboho and every other person who, has done serious issues that normally you should be behind bars? Okay? So I don't think, and this is we speaking from the fence, if you have been found wanting and then the state now says you are in that line of committing this kind of atrocity, bring them to book. Don't say this person must go, this other person must be free. No, it doesn't work that way. So I see where, if I'm going to read the tone into that, see what it meant with that message. you know, he didn't have to put it in capital letters. We understand this. That's what we're journalists. We understand it. However, we are all for the peace and tranquility of the nation, right? This is what we want. Peaceful nation is a growing nation. A growing nation really is a thriving nation. We need to move from survival to thriving. And to do that, we must see that economically we must improve, right? Security, we must improve. So anything that will question or put us in a gray light in the eyes of the international world needs to be put aside. However, I don't know if having to sentence Nnamdi Kanu was a major priority. We have other issues that was on ground, still on ground. That be the case. Sit at home, now cancel, good enough. Like I said before, it wasn't necessarily in the first place. Anyways, they got their messages or their intent heard. But now it is now removed. The question that we should now be asking should be, how do we use this now to improve the income of those states that were, you know, quote unquote, experiencing that situation?
Let's see some more reactions to this conversation on social media. I think we saw one post from OG or something, but that one is from Gabriel Bolatit. It says, they should also lay down their arms and embrace peace, as Nnamdi Kanu may not want more bloodshed in his name. Let that region enjoy relative peace, as it is only in a peaceful atmosphere that the economy thrives. Those are about all the tweets that we can take from this conversation. But yeah, let's move on now to another conversation still on social media. It says Nigerians are also reacting to the arrest of 3 suspects in connection with the abduction of a medical doctor, Abu Babatunde, and the killing of his younger brother in Auchi, Esako West local government area after the suspect brazenly returned to a hospital for treatment. The state police spokesperson Eno Ikwedem said the arrests were made following intelligence-led operations targeting kidnapping networks in Auchi and its environs. The first suspect, Aminu Kabuje, was apprehended on February 3rd, 2026, during a routine bushcombing operation in Warake Forest, assisted by local hunters and vigilante groups. In a dramatic turn, 2 other suspects, Idris Abubakar and Sani Abubakar, were arrested on February 8 at the Specialist Hospital Auchi after returning for medical attention. And now, for me, I think we see stories like this every other day, but I'm quite elated to see that police has arrested these 3 kidnappers, you know, because what we see most of the time is this happened and then they are now at large. At
some point, get
nowhere to be found, or they just tell you, oh, these people were supposedly kidnapped, and then you don't even know the whereabouts. You don't even know who kidnapped them. So it's good to see this. Let's see some of the reactions on social media and check out how more Nigerians are reacting to this story online. We'll probably have one. Okay, there's one from Mazi. He says, life has a way of serving poetic justice. The kidnappers thought they were untouchable, but their own child led them straight into the hands of the law. Crime might feel clever for a moment, but fate and mistakes catch up faster than you think. Do we have more reactions? That cruise medic says, life is such a funny thing. You kidnapped a medical doctor and his brother, demanded for 100 million naira, killed the younger brother in the process, and released the doctor after a ransom of millions of naira was paid. Now your own child is sick. You rushed her to the hospital, and guess who attended to the child? The same doctor you kidnapped and almost killed.
Isn't it just
creating a scenario there?
To show you that, look, if you truly want to carry us on,
let's take that last one. The last comment is from Favor Q. It says, they look so innocent till you see them in the bush.
It is what it is. Sadly enough, with all the problems that we have already, and with all the challenges doctors do have, and the issue we have in our medical space, which sane person should even think about going to kidnap a doctor? And apart from that, of course, these kidnappers, they have no conscience, by the way. That's as far as I'm concerned. I don't think, I'm trying not to use the word, I don't want to say jungle justice, because it's not a nice thing to say, but some certain things will happen. You have to self-question. Look, could you just erase them at that spot? However, the law has to take its course. But in this case, right, it goes to show you, don't throw a stone in the marketplace. It might be someone that you know. Like the other person rightly said, they said how the whole thing has turned around. Ton of events, really. I'm glad that this now shows that our police force and our security personnel can actually use the right information and, you know, utilize it to bring these people to book. They've arrested them. Good enough. Can we quickly speed up immediately, right? If we're going to have them sentenced to death, whatever it is, can we see it happen in the eyes of the world very quickly? We don't want politics to come and start dampening the whole situation. This was a case of murder, right? Case of kidnap and murder. The young man that they killed is so rest in peace. You can imagine what the family, right, might be going through. No matter how long it is, the loss of a loved one can never be mushroomed with time. They say time heals, but not everything. I can tell you for a fact. And so you can imagine the doctor thinking of, oh wow, he used to be in captivity in the hands of these kidnappers and killers. Lost his brother, but still diligent at work, right? Only to find out that, look, wait a minute, right? One of the relatives actually has now come to this hospital. It goes to show you that, look, the universe never forgets.
Anything can happen.
With time, these things will obviously come to light. But, you know, in our society, not everybody wants to wait for the universe to throw in its own judgment. People want to take laws to their hands, you know. And with that now, that being said, I hope these people, when they get to face the law, mercy should be out of the door. See, face the law, mercy out of the door.
Yeah. Well, let's move on to our third conversation this afternoon, or this morning rather. It's a report that over 160 people have been killed in 2 villages in western Nigeria in the country's deadliest armed assaults this year, as communities reel from repeated and widespread acts of violence perpetrated by jihadists and other armed groups. According to Mohammed Omar Bayo, a member of parliament representing the area, the death toll from Tuesday's attacks in Wora and Nuku in Kwara State stood at 162 on Wednesday afternoon. Bayo revealed that the Lakurawa, an armed group affiliated with the Islamic State, had carried out the attacks while no one has claimed responsibility. This one saddens my heart. 162 people is not beans.
Even one person. Let's see, the loss of a life alone is bad enough, let alone 162 lives, 162 dreams. Who knows? Maybe in the midst of that 162 persons that were killed, one of them could have been the savior of this country as, you know, a leader in the future. One of them could probably come out to be someone who will give Nigeria a great, you know, brand in the future. Who knows? So you just snuff up the life like that. You know, I mean, as much as we try to remain professional on TV, there's anything that will hit you, you almost want to break a tear, but you hold it back, right? It goes to show you that evil itself, truly speaking, lies in some human beings. Because for you to say you want to take out 160 people, which means nothing in this world, right, keeps you honest. And I hope that our personnel who are actually doing very well, that's our soldiers and our armed group, as in the military, the police and the Navy and the Air Force, right, get these people who have done this, right, and then let some form of, you know, like say, peace come to the heart of the loved ones that were left behind. You know, so it's a sad thing.
It leaves you just, you know, completely almost speechless. But we'll take a look at some of the reactions on social media to see how more Nigerians are reacting to this conversation online. Bolaji Abdullahi says the festering insecurity and violent attacks in Kwara, Katsina and other parts of the country and massacre of innocent Nigerians is concrete proof that Nigeria has no government.
I'll say something on the contrary. So Nigeria has a government. If we had no government, we'd probably not be in front of TV, you know, feeling free. Yes. So I probably want to, you know, debunk that and just put it this way that I don't think we do have a government. But you see, the thing about crime and all these issues, there's nowhere in the world that is 100%.
But is this government working?
However, government is working. If government wasn't working, I assure you, we will not even be this free broadcasting. right? It just so happens to be that they are not at their 100%, output due to one or two reasons. However, having said so, I also might agree with him from the first two lines of what he said.
Let me point something out to you. It's quite interesting that the post I read earlier was actually quoted a previous post from the current president of the country, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which, according to the date which we see here, was made on the 9th of September 2014. 2014, that's about how many years ago? About 9 years ago. It says, the festering Boko Haram attacks on the northeast and massacre of innocent citizens is concrete proof that Nigeria has no government. So you see how they say that the tides turn. So this man comes in year 2026 and quoted that same one, because it's easy saying things when you're not, you're not in the position of leadership.
The internet never forgets.
The internet never forgets. The digital footprint remains.
In fact, at this point, because now what he has simply done is to regurgitate and serve back to our president now, who's our president, and saying this is what he said.
Now is he going to eat his words?
Well, again, no more politicians. You know how politicians do their things. They'll find words to qualify and kind of play around the whole matter. However, he has said that this is proof that there is no government in Nigeria. Now he's the commander-in-chief. Maybe we just allow him to either debunk or draw in. Or
now they're going to give one or two excuses or try to just paint things some way or the other and just say, oh, the government is doing the best, but XYZ thing. So is this why you're also going to take your words back? Because you were saying, oh, the government, there is the government.
So truth be told, you will take your words back if, for instance, we're not a republic. So I think from what he has said, 2015, right? Was when he said 2014. Politicians will say anything they can to make sure they discredit the opposition party. That is just one. Secondly, politicians will also come back to their words to make sure that those who they've seen as opposition party or enemies in the past cannot be their friends. Remember I said this before, I said, in this game called politics, from what we know, right, as journalists, we've studied them, we've understood them. No permanent friend, no permanent enemy, only permanent interest. Now, I assure you, if they bring back this tweet and ask, okay, but he says so thing, so time, he'll tell you that's not him, that's probably AI. Or maybe someone who can just fabricated something and brought it to the books. That is not out of place too. Anyone can use a particular, AI, whatever it is, and bring out that kind of, post. That's the truth. It's possible. So you will not use that as a criteria. Let's look at what's on ground now. Economically, right? How are we moving forward? Look at our GDP. Let's look at some certain areas. We know security-wise we have a big challenge. But is it 20 steps backwards, 20 steps forward, 20 steps backwards? No. I think it is 20 steps forward, maybe 10 steps now backwards. But there's some improvement. Remember, we have Christopher Musa as defense minister. We have something that's going for us. Let's not look at other things.
Well, you mentioned Christopher Musa at this time. Are you saying, is that like your... I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Is that like the one thing that you think is working in this government?
Truth be told, I will say this. What we had before, I didn't say who we had, I said what we had before. Who was not to write home about. Now, who we have now. You see what I said? What we have. Who we have now, right? You can see the difference. You can see that the morale of these boys who are battling and fighting Boko Haram, the morale has increased. Right, you can tell that every normal person now will say, look, our boys are trying. We see deployment of soldiers. We see that more equipment are coming. We see partnership. We see our president going to Turkey, coming back, signing deals. We see that even though we're put on the spot by Donald Trump in his usual fashion, at least for what is worth, we have seen some level of partnership. Boots are coming on ground, even though some people will say, no, they don't want boots on ground. But the United States are looking at that long-term partnership. But what is their MO? We don't know about that. That's on the side. That's the challenge that we have in security that we're dealing with. Like I said, it's not unique to Nigeria. Other countries have these problems. However, truth be told, is the government working? That's the crux of the matter. I would say yes. But is it working towards the angle that everybody wants it to be at that level 100%? Of course, no. Even the United States is not working 100%. Let's talk about the Epstein files. I don't want to go there. There are other areas that you can say, look, government has their own issues. But let's look at our own country, which is the point of conversation. If someone asks me right now, your government, you have no government, I'll say, no, we do have a government in our country. The problem is corruption is there. The problem is leadership. Remember,
So is the government working?
So government is working.
Okay, let's see one or two more reactions on this
opinion,
conversation. That's fine.
But are they working effectively?
Yeah, I think that's my question, really. There's a comment from Tiger. It says, this is devastating to read, and the pain behind those words is impossible to ignore. When people are attacked in places of worship where they should feel safest, it's a deep moral failure and a tragedy that demands global attention. Lives are being lost, families destroyed, and entire communities traumatized. No group should ever be targeted for their faith anywhere. Calling attention to this is not hate, it's a cry for justice, protection, and accountability. The world must listen. Silence only empowers violence, and may the victims be remembered, the wounded find healing, and may those with power act decisively to protect innocent lives and restore dignity. This is not about politics, it's about humanity. That's a good way for us to end the conversation today on the social listening segment. Our hearts go out to the 162 people killed. We hope that very soon we'll be having these conversations from a point of how things have gotten better, not from a point of, oh, here we go again. It has to keep getting better. But that's why we leave it today on the social listening segment. My name remains Elizabeth Musa.
And most definitely Onyeka Valentine.
Until tomorrow, stay safe.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture, operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54, has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was the one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I like that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but I've seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First E&P for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour live from our Business Day television studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. I am now The headlines. Oil sector boosts NGX to 110.23 trillion naira market cap. Idle refineries gulp 13 trillion naira as NNPC admits waste. Gas pipeline gaps stifle Nigeria's oil targets. Nigeria reopens Shamia border with Benin after 7-year closure. Import 7% surcharge threatens revenue at one port as customs agents cite multiple taxation. We begin today's business news hour with developments from Nigeria, where the Nigerian Exchange Limited ended the week at a record high, driven by strong buying in oil and gas stocks. The oil share index rose to 171,727.49 points, while total market value increased to 110.23 trillion naira, gaining at 3.8% for the week. The rally was supported by growing investor confidence and positive reactions to company results. Oil and gas stocks led the gains with support from industrial goods and banking stocks. Trading activity also improved during the week. A total of 3.86 billion shares were traded, higher than the previous week. The value of trades almost doubled to 128.58 billion naira, led by strong activity in financial services stocks. Market sentiment remained positive as more stocks gained than lost. Several companies recorded strong price increases, while losses were limited to fewer stocks. Looking ahead, analysts expect the positive trend to continue, although some investors may take profit after the recent gains. And meanwhile, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited injected an estimated 13.2 trillion naira into Nigeria's 3 state-owned refineries in 2023 and 2024, largely for turnaround maintenance, operations, and related bank charges. This was despite the refineries continuing to post heavy losses and operating below commercially viable levels. NNPC's Group Chief Executive Officer, Bayo Jewelry, described the facilities as a major financial drain. Speaking at the Nigerian International Energy Summit 2026 in Abuja, Ojulari says the refineries were running at a monumental loss, adding that continued spending failed to deliver value. Despite regular crude supply and utilization of about 50%, Ojulari said weak performance meant the investments failed to translate into meaningful returns. Moving on, gaps in Nigeria's gas pipeline infrastructure are limiting power generation, fertilizer production, and export capacity. Industry leaders have warned, describing infrastructure deficits as a major barrier to economic growth. Speaking at the Nigeria International Energy Summit 2026 in Abuja, Chevron's Nigeria's chairman, Jim Swartz, says the country's aging and limited pipeline network is restricting gas supply to the domestic market. He noted that the bottleneck affects electricity generation, fertilizer plants, and the West African gas pipeline, stressing the urgent need for expanded infrastructure to unlock gas value. The warning comes as Nigeria targets higher oil output, with executives saying production growth must be matched by large-scale infrastructure investment. And meanwhile, Seplat Energy CEO Roger Brown cautioned that loan defaults by oil firms weaken sector-wide access to capital. Despite this, he noted that improving investor confidence reflected in stronger bond performance and rising market optimism. In a recent development, Nigeria has reopened the Shimaya border corridor in Kebbi State, restoring a major route for agricultural trade with Benin Republic. The move is expected to boost legal cross-border commerce and food exports. The corridor was shot in 2019 to curb smuggling and protect local farmers. Its reopening under President Bola Tinubu allows farm produce from northern Nigeria to access regional markets. Key exports include onions, garlic, beans, dry pepper, maize, and sorghum. Shimaya, located in Bagodu local government area, has long served as a gateway to West African markets. Custom officials said the route will operate under strict monitoring, enhanced surveillance, digital tracking systems, and tighter controls on licensed agents have also been introduced to prevent diversion. Stakeholders believe the reopening will reduce post-harvest losses, ease trade congestion, and position Kebbi as a hub for lawful agricultural exports, provided enforcement remains strong. Still on, concerns have emerged over revenue generation at one port in Rivers State following the introduction of 7% import surcharge as freight forwarders protest what they describe as a multiple taxation. On February 4, 2026, 4 freight forwarding associations led by the Association of Nigeria Licensed Customs Agents began picketing offices for Pacific International Lines, enforcing a temporary ban on dealings with the shipping firm. The groups accused the shipping line of hiking prices, imposing multiple levies, and ignoring advice from the Nigerian Shippers Council to reverse the increases, warning that continued protests could disrupt port operations. Association leaders say the surge is already embedded in customs duties and should not be duplicated by shipping companies, describing the practice as double taxation on operators. Meanwhile, Nigeria Customs Service officials urged the compliance with documentation rules, noting that strong stakeholder collaboration helped the Area 2 Command achieve a 15.4% rise in revenue in 2025. And in another news, a surge in system liquidity has triggered strong demand in the Nigerian Treasury bill market as investors move quickly to lock in high yields ahead of an expected decline later in the year. This was evident at the February 4, 2026 primary market auction, where total subscriptions hit 4.59 trillion naira, almost 4 times the 1.15 trillion naira offer. As a result, a one-year Treasury bill yield fell sharply to 20.46%. The demand is being driven by a major cash inflow into the financial system. About 8.61 trillion naira in liquidity is expected in February from maturing bills, OMO instruments, and bond coupon payments. Analysts say market pricing is now driven more by liquidity levels and bill supply rather than by the monetary policy rate, a shift expected to persist through 2026, while market watchers project further yield declines as liquidity conditions remain loose. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll bring you more updates from the Business News Hour. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic
Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer, or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony? At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still here at the Business News Hour right here on Business Day Television. And still on, the Lagos State Government has sealed the Ladipo spare parts market along the Apapa-Oshodi Expressway over repeated environmental violations. The action was confirmed by the Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab. According to the commissioner, the closure followed persistent indiscriminate waste disposal and illegal street trading along the Murtala Mohammed International Airport Road corridor. The enforcement forms part of the state's broader campaign to curb environmental degradation and restore order along major highways. Authorities said the move is aimed at improving sanitation, traffic flow, and public safety. The closure was aimed at enforcing compliance with environmental regulations and restoring order along the highway. The action aligns with the state's wider efforts to improve the state's condition. And moving on, impairment charges recorded by 6 financial holding companies rose sharply to 1.49 trillion naira in 2025, up from 1.06 trillion in 2024, reflecting a 40.7% year-on-year increase. The rise, disclosed in unaudited financial statement filed by the Nigerian Exchange Limited, highlights growing pressure on banks' loan books following the Central Bank of Nigeria's withdrawal of regulatory forbearance. First Holdco recorded the highest impairment at 748.13 billion naira, driven largely by its banking subsidiary. The group says the move was aimed at cleaning up legacy bad loans to strengthen long-term balance sheets. EcoBank followed with 613.26 billion naira in impairment charges, while FCMB Group and Sterling Financial Holdings also posted significant increases year-on-year. Stanbic IBTC Holdings was the only institution to record a decline in impairment charges, while Jay's Bank reported a moderate increase, underscoring uneven asset quality trends across the sector. And still on, Standard Bank corporate and investment banking is driving efforts to attract global capital into Africa's critical sectors through the second edition of its African Markets Conference. The bank announced that the conference will hold later this month in Cape Town, South Africa, bringing together global institutional investors, sovereign wealth funds, and African policymakers to support capital flows into key areas of the continent's economy. Speaking ahead of the event, Chief Executive of Corporate and Investment Banking at the Standard Bank Group, Luvoyo Masinda, said the 2026 conference builds on the success of the inaugural edition held in 2025, which shifted perceptions of Africa from risk to resilience. Masinda noted that the conference aims to bridge policy goals with market realities, stressing the need for deeper capital markets, improved liquidity, and stronger regulatory frameworks to boost investor confidence and support sustainable economic growth across Africa. And also, the World Bank has reduced the planned grants to the Central Bank of Nigeria from $10.5 million to $6.8 million, with board consideration now scheduled for March 27, 2026. The funding, structured as a grant, is for the CBN Technical Assistance Facility aimed at strengthening technology-driven and data-based banking supervision, as well as oversight of the payment and remittance systems. Updated World Bank information shows the project has advanced to the decision meeting stage, the final step before board approval, marking progress from its earlier concept review phase. The revised grant will be financed through the Finance for Development Multi-Donor Trust Fund, with no contributions from the IDA or IBRD, ensuring it does not add to Nigeria's external debt. The World Bank also noted that adjustments to project size and structure are normal during preparation. If approved, the facility will support stronger regulatory oversight within Nigeria's financial system. And away from that story, despite signs of improving macroeconomic indicators from the federal government, Nigeria's manufacturing sector continues to face significant pressures, according to the latest financial results. Data from Financial Vanguard shows that manufacturers are grappling with rising inventories and raw material stockpiles, reflecting inflationary pressures, foreign exchange constraints, and tight credit conditions. In the first 9 months of 2025, total inventories across major firms rose by 18.8% to 1.8 trillion naira from 1.6 trillion naira in the same period of 2024. Raw material inventories climbed by 15.4% to nearly 1.5 trillion naira. Industry experts say the rise stems both from the unsold finished goods and strategic stockpiling of inputs as firms hedge against inflation and exchange rate volatility, challenging official claims of moderated inflation. Some manufacturers reported improved inventory management. Dangote Sugar, UAC of Nigeria, and NASCON Allied Industries recorded declines, suggesting selective efficiency gains in the sector. And now to wrap up the business news hour, the National Pension Commission, PENCOM, has announced AWABA as the first accredited pension agent, also known as APA, for enrollment under the Personal Pension Plan, according to the regulator's social media updates. The PPP, previously known as the Micro Pension Scheme, targets the informal sector to boost participation in Nigeria's formal pension system. PENCOM explained that the plan is designed for self-employed individuals and workers outside formal employment, including artisans, traders, freelancers, consultants, and professionals such as lawyers, doctors, and accountants. Accredited pension agents are licensed to market the PPP and register participants. AWABA, also known as PENCOM, approved payment solution provider, will facilitate a secure, digital, and cost-free pension remittance platform, strengthening contributions under the scheme. As of the third quarter of 2025, most retirement savings accounts under the PPP remained unfunded. Out of 200,006 and 9.17 RSAs, only 15,677 had contributions, leaving 191 and 240 accounts unfunded. PENCOM's move signals a renewed effort to expand pension coverage and encourage actual funding of registered accounts. And with that, we wrap up today's Business News Hour. My name is Norma Obuna. Thank you for joining us, and stay with BusinessDay Television for the latest updates and in-depth analysis, also insights shaping the business world.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
And welcome to Startup Spotlight, where big ideas come alive and bold founders are shaping Africa's future. My name is Glory Brown Odibo, and I'm thrilled to have you join us today. Our spotlight is on bridging gaps in Earth business, HIGC's inspiring startup story. The big question is this: how do we deliver healthcare that truly serves people while building businesses that can scale and last? Today we're shining the light on a startup answering that challenge boldly and brightly. Joining me is Dr. Owen Omojo, a Nigerian medical doctor, public health consultant, and social entrepreneur who is redefining how healthcare and business intersect across Africa. Dr. Owen Omojo, you're welcome to Startup Spotlight.
Thank you
It's
so
really my
much.
pleasure and our pleasure to have you here right now.
Thank you. Same here. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Quick question. Let's jump right into this. What does HIGC stands for? Like, what does it really mean? What inspired the name?
Okay. Thank you once again for having me, and thank you for that question. HIGC, it's not funny, it's an interesting one. HIGC stands for Health Issues Global Consultant. People always ask, why do you work with the name HIGC? Why not just say HIGC, Health Issues Global Consultant? It was a company that was established by my mom, who is a PhD nurse, in 2014. And the whole idea was she wanted to carry out wellness programs, that tied into her work. And she made me a director in the company, right? And she just never did anything with it. She remained in paid employment. And so when I decided to leave paid employment and go into business in 2018, I just thought, okay, you know what? There's already Health Issues Global Consultants. There's really no reason per se to go register another company. I didn't really have any great ideas about name. I wasn't focused on the name, right? And then when I mentioned it to my MD at the time, when I was working at Anchor HMO at the time before I started HIGC, and it was like, oh, Health Issues Global Consultant. It sounds really long. Why don't you? Why don't you maybe work with the brand name of HIGC? Oh, okay, that's a good idea. And so we just started working with the brand HIGC. But a couple of years down the line now, we are registered as HIGC Health Consultants. And I didn't want to just go change it, have a completely different name, because HIGC had already somewhat become a household name. And so, that's the story behind the name. Nothing grand, really.
Okay, let's talk about how you started, like the capital, the starting process. How was it like for your brand?
Okay, so when I started HIGC in 2018, I had just left the paid employment. I was in the health insurance space. I was working with Anchor HMO, and I saw a gap in the fact that corporate organizations were not optimizing their corporate healthcare benefits, right? With HMOs, there was a palpable dissatisfaction that corporate organizations had with their HMO providers, right? And I thought, you know what? Let me come in and fill in this gap and launch with a niche product, HMO called HMO Advisory Service. So it was fully bootstrapped, threw in all my savings. My parents told me I was crazy when I wanted to start this, because it's even though I've always had an entrepreneurial spirit, right? They just felt like, come on, first you decided that you were not going to practice clinical medicine anymore. Okay, we heard that. You gave your reasons. Now you're saying you want to go start business. The business terrain is crazy in Nigeria, but against all odds, I did it, and here we are.
Yeah, that brings me to my next question. I like the fact that you already popped it from what I asked this question. So, starting out, sometimes it's very difficult to lock in on that belief that I think in the next 5 years, everything is going to turn out nice. Was there any disbelief, doubt, fears? If yes, how did you overcome them?
I'm a very dogged person. I'm also a very stubborn person.
Wow. You never give up?
I have a diehard spirit, right? I've been through some experiences that very few people would have survived, and we won't get into this interview, but I'm just saying that I have I'm very strong-willed. Let me put it that way. I'm very strong-willed. I didn't have it all figured out when I started, I wouldn't say I started scared, even though it's okay to start scared. I was just excited that I have an effervescent personality and I have a very positive outlook on life. And when I'm like a dog with a bone. When I get an idea, I run with it, right? So when I got that idea of this niche service, HMO advisory, nobody is doing it. Let me start it. Nothing was going to hold me back, right? Not even failure was going to hold me back. So yeah, no. I didn't start with fear. That's the truth. I didn't start it scared. I didn't have it all figured out, even though I thought I had it all figured out.
So mind made up regardless of the challenges that come along the way.
Yes, I didn't, to be very honest, I didn't even envisage any challenges. I didn't envisage. Of course, now, after, going through business, going to 8 years now? No, my math is not mathing. Yeah, almost 8 years now. I mean, obviously, in hindsight, there were a lot of challenges, that I just didn't foresee. And I think maybe that was largely because I didn't have a mentor, right? I didn't have mentorship. I didn't have anybody want to really guide me, and let me know what to expect along the way and all of that. But I went in excited and maybe a little delusional as well. So, yeah.
As a founder, you've been doing this for like 8 years now, since 2018. What's one biggest misconception that people have about healthcare business in Africa?
I'm not sure I really know what the biggest misconception is. I haven't really queried that. But I'd say in business in general, just business. I hear people say to me, you're CEO now, so, you determine your time, like you have time to flex, you have time to, I'm like, I work the hardest out of everybody in my team. I'm the hardest worker, and trust me, I have a solid team, right? But I am the hardest worker because guess what? If I don't work, mouths don't get fed, right? So a lot is dependent on me. I mean, I am the driver of this vision. I hope that the vision will outlive me, right? The vision is bigger than me, but right now we're in a position where I'm driving the vision. And so if I don't put it 1,000%, the company, we're not going to achieve that vision and that goal and that mission. We're not going to get there, or maybe we'll get there, but we'll get there a lot slower, right? So I think that generally is a misconception. I also had a misconception that it was, roses and petals before I went into business. Nothing in this world could have, nothing in this world could have prepared me for what I was going into, right? So I think generally I'd say that's one of the misconceptions that comes to mind right now.
Talking about your team now, how do you keep them motivated? That's one. Then, choosing the right team for a business as healthcare is different from other businesses.
Right.
How do you ensure you get the right team? There are people that come to your team with the spirit of, I want to be here. Whether there are other people that come to your team because month end is coming, I need to make money. So how do you pick the right people for your team, and how do you keep them motivated as well in the job?
First of all, I think one of my biggest flexes is that I am blessed with people. I am blessed with I couldn't have asked for a better team. I am blessed with the best hands, the best people, right? So that is not a struggle for me. I understand what your question is driving at, because where we are now in Nigeria specifically, with brain drain, with the poor quality of education, with the abysmal level of graduates that we're churning out from our universities, from our educational system every year, the quality of workforce continues to deplete, right? So as much as we talk about we have an unemployment problem, I beg to differ and say that we have a bigger unemployability problem, because the level of workforce is so poor out there. And I know this, and I can speak to this authoritatively, because I have been doing recruitment for, since I went into business, because again, I had to somehow pivot and keep the lights on, basically. And, that was a skill that I had, because when I was a manager in the HMOs I had worked in, I used to sit in on a lot of recruitments. And so somehow I just fell into recruitment. And with my other company, Regal Business Hub, that's one of our major service offerings, recruitment. And so I know the level of, thoroughness that goes into it, and frustration, the level of unskilled workforce is really crazy. But somehow, I don't know if that's what they call grace, HIGC and my other endeavors, we've just somehow been blessed to have the best hands and the best people. So I can't relate. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. And as a female founder in the healthcare business field, definitely there are a lot of distractions. People tend to say it like it's mailing for the other gender. What principles have guided you through these businesses? What principles have you held so strong that have helped you get to where you are now?
Thank you for that question. You know what? We can't deny that we're living in a patriarchal, right, society. And it cuts across pretty much every single sector that you can think about, maybe with the exception of beauty, the beauty sector, maybe, at least in Nigeria, right? But I also recognize that in recent years, there's been a lot more opportunities for women, with the advocacy for equity and equality. There, a lot more opportunities for women. For me, I don't know if you can't tell, I have coconut head, right? So there's very little that you can do to bring me down, or I'm a very self-aware person. And so I know that just being a woman in business, talk less of a woman in the business of healthcare, right? I already know that I have to show up 10,000 times better than I will show up on my best day. Just to be taken seriously. Just for you to know that I actually know what I'm talking about. I actually know my onions. I'm not here to waste your time. I am the best person for the job. If you give me this, I will see it to a logical conclusion. When you walk into my office, you see it's boldly written, excellence is not a goal, it's our standard. And so in everything that we do, we embody excellence. Excellence is our bread and butter. It's our morning, it's our afternoon, it's our night. It's what we live by, it's what we swear. And every single person that works at HIGC embodies that level of excellence. And so I think just having that culture and mindset of excellence has helped me to stand out in business as a woman and be able to navigate that, quite that tough business terrain. So yeah, we take it on the chin. Of course, they're misogynistic clients that you meet. They're things that happen, right? But I don't dwell on them. I have a goal, and my goal is to get the job done. And whatever happens along the way, we take it on the chin and we move on. We move. That's my favorite slogan, by the way.
Yeah, we move.
Yeah.
Yeah. Earlier you talked about when you started, mentorship was very important. And we have a lot of startups looking forward to dive right into this niche of healthcare business, but they don't know how to, get mentors from and all that. What advice would you give to startups looking forward to coming into this brand regarding mentorship, how they can get their hands on good mentors that can pull them through?
Listen, first of all, I have the saying, it's not an original saying by any means, but it's one that I live by very intentionally, and it is: your network is your net worth. Networking is oh my God, networking has done me a world of great things. Where HIGC is today is largely a product of networking, intentional networking. And so networking affords you information access. Networking affords you the opportunity to meet the right people that can point you in the right direction. And when I say networking, I don't mean you're going for you go for a conference, you accumulate business cards and you allow them to gather dust and then you never follow up. No, intentional networking. Mentorship for me is something that I'm so passionate about, largely because early on, when I went into business, I didn't have mentors from the start. I didn't have mentors from the start. I didn't have mentors to hold my hand. Didn't have mentors to guide me on things that I should do, things that I shouldn't do. I didn't have mentors to guide me on realistic expectations. And so I had so many unrealistic expectations. And along the way, I made some costly mistakes, right? I mean, I'm glad that it didn't end us, but it would have been great to have a mentor tell me, do it this way, do it that way, right? So mentorship cannot be overemphasized. And I think that the best way for you as a young healthcare entrepreneur or budding healthcare entrepreneur is to identify conferences or programs or events where you would meet people of like minds, where you would meet leaders in the industry, right? Research, go on LinkedIn, search, like, are there organizations that are doing things that you want to do? And mentorship should be a symbiotic relationship. Don't come into a mentor-mentee relationship with a parasitic mindset that it's only you that anywhere you are, and in every relationship, always think about how you can add value as well, and be ready to serve and work without even getting paid. Be ready to be ready to volunteer, because that's how you learn. That's how you learn. Be ready to volunteer. Think about delayed gratification. Don't think about what you can get now. So those are some of the things that I would, advise. Grow your network. And from that, you get the information and access to the people that you want to mentor you.
That's a good one. Thank you. Moving on to my next question for you. You've been so amazing on set with me.
Thank you.
Yeah. When I was going through the bio and when I was carrying out my research regarding HIGC, I noticed that maternal health is one major focus and priority for you. Why is this personal? I don't know if it's personal, but why is this like a personal priority to you?
Okay. Yes, thank you so much, Glory, for asking that, because maternal health does tug at my heartstring, largely because I'm a woman and I have those lived experiences, right? I understand what the female body goes through. I mean, men do not, I've said this so many times that men are lucky. A woman's body, right? Like, we go through so much. And so with every other thing that we have to deal with in society, who is speaking for us? Who is advocating for us? We already have the shorter end of the stick in terms of disparity and access to services, access to healthcare, affordability of healthcare services and all of that. We know that 70 to 80% of healthcare spending is done out of pocket, right? And women who do not earn as much as men obviously have less access to these services. And so that's why I honestly feel a sense of responsibility almost to be a voice. Obviously, I can't be the only voice, but be a voice for women and, use my expertise to be that voice and create platforms and create solutions that will help them. But more so, I don't know if you saw the a BBC article that came out shortly after National Safe Motherhood Day in 2025 that said, it was so indicting. It said Nigeria is the most dangerous place for a woman to give birth.
Oh.
That's so indicting. We have a maternal health crisis. We need to crush maternal mortality. Nigeria has one of the highest, I dare say the highest maternal mortality ratio in the world at 512 to 1,000, depending on the study you're looking at, but between 512 to 1,000 deaths per 100,000 live births. That is crazy. That is wild. And so for me, it's like, why are women dying bringing life? Why is a woman bringing life into this world and she's losing her life? It's unacceptable. And so yes, maternal health is so dear to my heart, and it is something that I have pursued assiduously and continue to pursue, and we have programs that are currently ongoing to address that. So yes, very important to me, and it should be important to everybody because every single person in this world came from a woman. Every single person in this world came from a woman. So it should be important to every single person, man or woman.
Yeah. And right now we're currently in the age where AI is trending, technology is moving forward so fast, if I must say. How do you see technology reshaping the healthcare business and in the aspects of decision making as well? Looking ahead.
So health tech is, I think it's going to be a significant game changer in how healthcare services are delivered in coming years. It's quite unfortunate that when it comes to the tech ecosystem, health tech does not get as much attention as the fintechs and other aspects of tech, right? And it's crazy because when you talk about human capital development, you can't talk about it without education and health, right? So that is where the focus really should be on, but it's not. But nonetheless, health tech is going to shape how service. It is already shaping how the world is going because and how healthcare services are being delivered. With digital health solutions now like telemedicine, right, robotic surgeries, and things like that, it's here and it's here to stay, and we must embrace it. As a matter of fact, that's why I'm currently building a health tech platform, MedCart, exactly. You remember, I'm currently building a health tech platform, which is supposed to tackle information poverty around healthcare. In not so many words. Essentially, it's supposed to be a platform that centralizes all the fragmented health data, right? Because that's a problem. Data informs decisions, data informs policy. And so if we have all of this fragmented data, then we're not able to make informed policy decisions, right? And at the core of my public health journey is influencing policy decisions. And so the platform is essentially supposed to centralize healthcare provider information, healthcare professional information, where to source for healthcare items, rating on, medical professionals, things like that, morbidity and mortality data and statistics and things like that. It's supposed to just address that problem of information fragmentation and information poverty. So yes, tech is here. We must embrace it, and we need more people to go into health tech and close the numerous gaps that we have in healthcare.
Yeah. So with tech coming to play and coming to stay, what's the long-term vision for HIGC and how do you see it reshaping the healthcare business in Africa?
Yeah, so for HIGC, we're already embracing technology, right, in our business, and again, we can't do without technology. And as an organization that has continued to evolve, as an organization that has continued to, we're giving birth and then we return with both, right? So we're an organization that is very big on innovation, that is very big on incorporating, tech into. If you go on our social media handles, you'd see how we have been able to incorporate technology into, what we do as a public health and a healthcare social enterprise. And we're using tech currently to help with public health advocacy, because like we say in public health, prevention is always going to be cheaper than cure. Always. Yeah. Prevention is always cheaper than cure. Always. Right? So yes, tech is, our business is definitely integrated with tech, or tech is integrated into our business, and definitely going forward. And again, I would say leverage or stand on the backs of giants. There are giants who have come before you, who have walked so that you can fly. So stand on their backs, right? And that's obviously through mentorship again, because I cannot overemphasize how important mentorship is. And finally, have a we die here mentality. And when I say we die here, I don't mean don't be open to learning and changing. But just understand that I had a vision for this, I have a purpose for this, and I'm going to see it through. So when you have that we die here mentality, you don't quit, even when the things get tough. You don't quit. So stay resilient. Have your mentors, very important, network intentionally, and study, research. Be so involved and engrossed in that area of specialty that you become a master of that trade, right? That you become the absolute best. You become a leader in that field. So do a lot of research, reach out to people. Don't be scared to ask for help, collaborate. You don't always have to reinvent the wheel. There are people that are already doing things that you can collaborate with. And I think that with these, they'll set themselves up for success. So, yeah.
Oh, yes, you've heard it from Dr. Owen Omojo, that the keys for you to have a non-negotiable startups, if you're looking to dive into any business, is passion, resilience, purpose, don't give up, get a good mentor, scale up, start small and scale up, and that's how you get to the top. Thank you so much, Dr. Owen Omojo.
Thank you very much, Glory.
Amazing episode with you.
Same here.
Thank you for your time and also sharing such a powerful insight.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. I appreciate the time and for talking to me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that's a wrap for today's Startup Spotlight. I'm Glory Brown Odibo. Thank you so much for watching.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from And this is the Business Day TV Media Bulletin coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos. Coming up, NGX top 10 brokers dominating equities, bonds, ETFs trades early February. And petrol importation resumes to close local refinery supply gaps, says marketers. BOI secures CBN approval to operate non-interest banking window. And Tinubu to meet King Charles in Nigeria's first state visit in 37 years. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. Trading activities on the Nigerian exchange NGX between February 2nd and February 6th, 2026 were dominated by a small group of brokers, with top 10 firms accounting for the bulk of transaction values across equities, bonds, and exchange-traded funds. The data sourced from NGX trade reports for the period under review shows that market liquidity was largely channeled through established intermediaries. This concentration reflects strong institutional participation and the growing preference for large, well-capitalized brokers in executing high-value trades across asset classes. And NGX trade data for early February 2026 points to a highly concentrated market structure where a handful of brokers control most transaction value and liquidity across equities, bonds, and ETF. And the dominance is most visible in fixed income and ETFs, where institutional trades tend to be larger and more centralized. And moving on, oil marketers say the resumption of petrol and diesel import licenses by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority is aimed at closing supply gaps and preventing fuel scarcity. They explained that the move is designed to make up for shortfalls as local refineries are currently unable to meet Nigeria's total domestic petroleum needs. According to the marketers, the decision is not targeted at frustrating the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, but rather reflects supply realities, especially as the refinery undergoes a major expansion that has affected its ability to fully meet local demand. The marketers noted that what matters most in the downstream market is the availability and predictability of supply, and marketers that a controlled and transparently managed import window helps keep the market liquid, while domestic refineries scale up and stabilize operations. Still on, the Bank of Industry has secured regulatory approval from the Central Bank of Nigeria to operate a non-interest banking window, marking a major expansion of its financing framework. The approval was disclosed in a statement by the BOI Managing Director Olasupo Olusi on Sunday, February 8, 2026. The move is expected to strengthen the bank's role in promoting sustainable industrial development and improving access to finance for underdeserved and high-impact business segments across Nigeria. With the approval, BOI is reportedly authorized to commence non-interest banking operations, providing ethical, asset-backed financing options that prohibit interest and promote risk sharing. The initiative aligns with growing demand for alternative financing structures that supports inclusive growth and social development objectives. Coming up, Tinubu to meet King Charles in Nigeria's first state visit in 37 years. We bring you this and more after the short break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the midday news. Still on the Nigerian scene, President Bola Tinubu will pay a state visit to the United Kingdom in March 2026, marking Nigeria's first such visit to the UK in 37 years. This was revealed by the British royal family in a statement published on its official X account late Saturday, February 7, 2026. The visit, which will see Tinubu and First Lady Oluremi Tinubu, hosted by King Charles III and Queen Camilla, comes amid improving diplomatic and economic relations between both countries. And according to the royal family, the Nigerian leader will be in the UK from Wednesday, March 18th to Thursday, March 19th, 2026, where it will be received with full state honors. And away from that story, the Enugu state government says it generated 406.8 billion naira as internally generated revenue in 2025, achieving 80% of its 509.9 billion naira revenue target for the year. This was revealed by the chairman of the Enugu State Internal Revenue Service, Emmanuel Umanani, during a media briefing in Enugu on Sunday. The performance marks a sharp turnaround in the state's revenue profile, reflecting the impact of reforms introduced under Governor Peter Mba's administration, particularly in expanding non-tax revenue sources. Nnamani says the state revenue performance defied earlier skepticism that greeted the 2025 target when it was announced the previous year, noting that the figure represented a 125% increase compared to the 180.5 billion naira generated in 2024. And also, the Lagos state government has sealed the Ladipo spare parts market along the Murtala Mohammed International Airport Road on the Apapa Oshodi Expressway over repeated environmental violations. This was revealed by the Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Tokumbo Wahab, in a post shared on X on Sunday. In his words, the action forms part of the state's ongoing enforcement drive to curb environmental degradation and illegal activities along major roads. Wahab added that the market was short for repeated acts of indiscriminate waste disposal and illegal street trading along the highway corridor, aligning with the state's effort to improve sanitation, traffic flow, and public safety on major roads. And so when the local news, Ademola Oshodi, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Foreign Affairs and Protocol, has shed light on the strategic importance of President Bola Tinubu's recent foreign engagement. Speaking during a TV appearance, Oshodi outlined how these diplomatic trips are unlocking significant opportunities for Nigeria, emphasizing that the president's travels are carefully designed to position Nigeria as a key player on the global stage, with a focus on fostering growth and innovation across critical sectors. The SSA noted that these engagements have already resulted in significant partnerships, particularly in critical infrastructure development and energy transition initiatives. Oshodi underscored the broader impact of these initiatives, explaining how they strengthen bilateral ties while advancing Nigeria's role in driving Africa's collective development agenda. And coming up, African startups raised $174 million in January 2026. Deals hit record low. We bring you this and more after this commercial break.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the midday news. We now head to the Africa scene, where the African startups have raised a total of 174 million US dollars in January 2026 through disclosed deals of 100,000 US dollars and above. And according to reports, the figure represents a sharp slowdown compared with January 2025, where startups raised 276 million US dollars, and is also well below the 263 million US dollars monthly average recorded over the period of previous 12 months. While funding levels remain higher than in January 2023 at 106 million US dollars and January 2024 at 85 million US dollars. The latest data points to deepening caution among investors, particularly when deal volume is considered. The funding data reveals that only 26 startups announced funding rounds of at least 100,000 US dollars in January, a number that analysts say is more worrying than the headline funding total. And also, Ghana's Security and Exchange Commission has directed local funds managers to cut back on offshore investment as it seeks to protect the cedi currency and strengthen macroeconomic stability. Ghana, a major gold and cocoa producer, is emerging from its most severe economic crisis in decades, and it is expected to complete a 3-year IMF support program in August. The SEC revealed in a circular late on Friday that with immediate effect, local fund managers would not be allowed to invest more than 20% of their funds under management in foreign securities, while funds that were previously allowed to invest all their money offshore will now be limited to 70%. And on the foreign scene, the United Kingdom will increase the minimum stipend paid to PhD students from October 1st, raising annual support to £21,805 for the next academic year. This is according to an announcement by the UK Research and Innovation, the country's national research funding body. The increase represents another above-inflation uplift and is aimed at easing cost of living pressures facing doctoral researchers across the UK. According to UK Research and Innovation, the new rate raises the minimum stipend from £20,780 to £21,805 for PhD students outside London. Beyond financial support, UKRI has also introduced reforms to student welfare policies, including allowing doctoral researchers to take up to 28 weeks of medical leave, a change designed to make it easier for students to extend their studies when necessary and reduce barriers for disabled PhD candidates. And also, gold prices rebounded above the 5,000 US dollar per ounce mark on Monday as the buyers returned to the market following an exceptionally volatile week for precious metal. The rebound comes after a sharp sell-off at the end of last month that erased a significant portion of gains made during a historic rally. Investors appear to be selectively re-entering positions, betting that underlying demand drivers remain intact despite recent turbulence. And bullion rose as much as 1.7% during Asian trading, recovering further ground after last week's rout as the metal has now clawed back about half of the losses recorded since it plunged from an all-time high reach on January 29th, while silver also advanced alongside other precious metals. We bring you the sport news after this break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. We now head to sports, where Luis Diaz fired a stunning hat-trick as Bayern Munich trashed 10-man Hoffenheim 5-1 on Sunday to restore their 6-point lead at the top of the Bundesliga, with Borussia Dortmund's narrow win at Wolfsburg on Saturday briefly cutting the gap to 3 points. Diaz was unplayable at times, spearheading an emphatic response from the reigning champions at the Allianz Arena. Harry Kane converted 2 first-half penalties to take his Bundesliga tally to 24 goals for the season and 38 in all competition. Hoffenheim, third in the table, and the league's form side coming into the match with 11 wins from the previous 14 games, saw their challenge unravel early. And to end the news, Nigerian footballer Sabiru Olayinka Adeniji has reportedly died in the United Kingdom after suffering a severe brain injury, plunging the Nigerian football community into mourning. And that's the much we can take on the media bulletin this morning. Do stay with us as we bring you more updates. I am Deborah Eze.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Triumph Against Odds, where we speak to amazing leaders who talk about, how resilient their businesses are despite economic challenges. On today's episode, we have someone who stepped out of conventional banking and moved into non-interest banking. He moved into a field that is still new to a lot of people, but he has made it his own. Him and his co-founder made it their own, and they are making a huge difference, making an impact not just in one part of the country, but across the nation. With me today is Mr. Hamid Joda of Taj Bank, co-founder and CEO. I hope you stay tuned as we go right into the interview. Thank you. It's nice to meet you, sir. Like I told you earlier, to be honest, it's a pleasure meeting you. You've been warm, welcoming. I'm guessing for me, I believe that's one of the reasons why you're a leader. Being warm and welcoming is a very big attribute for leadership. So the first question I want to ask is, how did you growing up across diplomatic postings and schooling in northern Nigeria, how did it shape the kind of leader you became?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. It's truly an honor to be on the show. Growing up in the North was an interesting experience. My father was in the diplomatic service of the federal government of Nigeria, but my father took an early retirement. So when he retired, he settled in Kaduna in the north, and that's where I grew up. At least I did my primary school. And it was an interesting experience because at that time, the economy in Kaduna State was a bit vibrant. And I had a very interesting childhood. And it was a very cosmopolitan city at that time. So in my primary school, we had kids from different backgrounds. And of course, the experience that my father had in the foreign service, moving from one country to another, also helped in shaping the kind of person I am. And I think the most important aspect of it is accepting people without necessarily placing emphasis on where they come from, tribe, religion, and so on and so forth. So just accept people for who they are. Human beings are human beings. And so I think that's the most important value. And it's a value, an attribute that I hold till today. So, and I think it has helped in terms of shaping the kind of person I am. Because when I finished my university, I came to Lagos. I got a job, started in Lagos. And it was also a very interesting experience because in the bank I started, in fact, that was City Express Bank. I was the only person who could speak Hausa. So it was an interesting experience. But because I'm so used to diversity, so it was an interesting experience. And that also shaped the kind of career that I've had to today. So very interesting experience, very interesting childhood. From Kaduna, we moved to Yola. So it shaped my childhood in terms of what I've just said, which is accepting people for who they are and not necessarily looking at differences.
You mentioned working in banks. What are some of the lessons you've learned from your past experience in finance, and how did you apply them in non-interest banking?
The experience has been quite interesting, I would say. Very eventful years. One of the turning points of my career was when I was working in Savannah Bank. And I don't know if you remember what happened to Savannah Bank. One day on a Monday morning, we went to work and we heard that the license was revoked. So it was a turning point. And the Friday before the closure, we had our jobs, we were doing quite well. And then on Monday, the bank was closed down. So it was, we had to go back into the labor market and start looking for jobs and all that. And of course, customers lost funds, and it was a very painful experience. So I think that kind of shaped the person I later became in my career and learned to be very careful and knew that a bank could fail. And failure of a bank could be very catastrophic and devastating for families. I know families that had funds in Savannah Bank and the bank was closed down with their money trapped. I know people who sold houses, all kinds of things. I know traders who lost funds in that bank, and that was the end of their trading businesses and so on. So it was really an important experience to run a bank professionally, so that you don't run into crises and you don't prompt situations where the bank would be vulnerable and the bank would crash. So I think that experience became a turning point in my career journey.
Okay. When you reflect on your switch from conventional to non-interest banking, do you see it as a professional pivot or a personal calling?
Well, I would see it as both professional and personal, because I've always, to an extent, had interest in non-interest banking, but I've also had the burning desire to set up a bank, because when I started my career, I saw some bankers, some very successful bankers. You talk about Tedo Peterside, Jimovia, Tony Elumelu. They set up banks and they were very successful, and that kind of inspired me. And I felt that one day I could also, step into that kind of role. So that burning desire has always been there. And then at a point, I was in First City Monument Bank. I was the head of public sector. And then during the Buhari regime, the government took a decision to return public sector funds to the central bank. So as head of public sector, I felt that my job was threatened, and I felt I didn't want to continue in the bank anymore or go to another role. So I started the journey of setting up Taj Bank. That was when I said, okay, this is it. This is time to go and do it. So that was when we started the journey. So at that time, it was extremely difficult raising the capital and for people believing you. I was just an assistant general manager. Yeah, so I was not an executive director. I had never run a bank, but there I was trying to convince people that I could do it, that I could, set up a bank and run it successfully. So not many people believed. Just a few people believed and came on the journey with us. And thank God we were able to succeed. So it was a person. So I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking. And I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed. And thank God, after about 6 years, we've not been proven wrong. So I think it's a mix of professional and personal.
Yeah. So, you Taj Bank started around, COVID and all of that. I'm sure definitely based on the fact that the world literally shut down. And this must have affected, trying to start during this tough period. Mm-hmm. How were you not able to, despite all the challenges of, COVID and everything that happened, mm-hmm. you still pushed through? What, gave that determination to push through despite everything?
Okay, thank you very much. So, in our Taj Bank journey, it's been a journey of extreme difficulty, from trying to convince people to invest in the project, to applying for banking license at the central bank. And for those who have passed through central bank to obtain banking license, they know how thorough and how difficult the process is. So after that, we got our license. We started in December, the 2nd of December. And then COVID came. When COVID came, it was like a joke, and then nobody ever thought for 1 minute that the world would be shut down. So we started, in fact, at that time, some of our staff were expatriates, so they just came into the country. And of course, like I said, we started in December. Running, baby steps. All of a sudden, the world shut down completely. And the challenge was, how do we pay salaries? That became a major challenge because we were running expenses. Anyway, expenses in terms of salaries. That was there. And we were paying expatriates and we were under lockdown. We were not generating anything in terms of revenue. So it was a very, very difficult experience. And for several weeks, we were all at home. And after, I think 4 weeks or so, 4 or 5 weeks, I can't remember, the market opened up, the federal government opened up, and we started running. And lo and behold, by the 9th month of business, we broke even. Because we were very, very determined. And we went all the way by the time it was the world opened, working day and night until we achieved break even. And from then on, we've been consistently profitable.
That is so amazing. You didn't, when the world shut down,
yes,
you didn't pack up, or you were thinking, what do I do? How do I manage? What do I say?
Yeah, and it was also a good time to reflect on the future, to reflect on our strategies, and to really also it's I believe as a businessman it's good to go into difficulty, because difficulty shapes the man you later become. You build resilience
when you go through difficulty.
Yes.
Yeah. What part of growing Taj Bank required more patience than you expected?
Okay, I think the part that required more patience is dealing with regulators. Don't forget that when we started, we were not executives. And to be honest with you, you need to be an executive to really understand 360 degrees the regulatory environment. Yes, so banking is a highly regulated business. And when we came in, I think we were still fresh. So the understanding of the regulations was, I think, a challenge. And where your power stops is where the regulator's power starts. So we needed to, moderate ourselves and be very patient, and also understand the regulatory environment better. And I tell you why. Because non-interest banking is different. It's on another tangent. You need to obtain several kinds of approval. If it's conventional banking, it's just one approval. But if it's non-interest banking, there are several layers of approval. For instance, after the central bank, you also have an independent board, an independent advisory committee of experts that need to vet all your approvals. And of course, they don't sit on daily basis, they sit on quarterly basis. So when you take your approvals, sometimes they are too busy, they may not consider it until the next approval period. So getting approvals is always kind of a big challenge, but I'm happy that the regulators are very, very supportive, very, very supportive. I must commend them for that, for them to have created such a robust environment, and things are beginning to run faster. So I think that aspect really it's one that really required more patience.
So since you've gone far and everything, what would you try with Taj Bank or with your life if you weren't afraid of failure? If you aren't afraid of failure, is there something you've not tried that you have tried now, or you try now?
No, for me, I've always had an entrepreneurial spirit. Before I came into Taj, I set up other businesses. Those businesses, some of them thrived, some of them didn't thrive, but that didn't deter me. Yeah, so I think I have entrepreneurship in my blood. So even if I hadn't set up Taj, maybe I would have gone into some other business. But I'm not one to really sit and take things easy. I'm a very adventurous person. Yeah.
So if the next 5 years of Taj Bank were a chapter in your biography, what would the title be?
I would call it a journey of resilience.
A journey of resilience.
Yes, a journey of resilience, because I think the bank has been very resilient, because we've gone through several economic cycles. Don't forget that during the last administration, we had COVID, and then we had a recession, and then we came out of the recession, the economy started growing, and also this administration, when they came in, there was a lot of, I would call it in the first year upheavals, but now a lot of things have stabilized in terms of, so many challenges along the way. And well, it's part of life. There will always be challenges. And if you understand, and if you understand how economies work, economies go in cycles. Boom and bust, boom and bust, boom and bust. Yeah, so that's how it is. Even in the US, they've had, the Great Depression in the 1920s. They've had the global meltdown, so the economy went down, picked up. So the same thing in Nigeria. So, but for us, it's been very difficult, and adjusting to a lot of difficulty. But now we thank God that the economy is beginning to pick up again. And now that the economy is picking up, so we ride the wave. Yes, so the journey of resilience.
Okay, so based on this journey of resilience, what legacy are you trying to build beyond profit?
Yes.
And how will you know that you've succeeded?
Okay, I think a number of issues. One is to correct the perception that non-interest banking is only for Muslims. Yes, so it's a very wrong impression. Non-interest banking is for everyone. It's for people from various backgrounds. It's for human beings. That is just the best way to put it. It's for human beings. And that is the kind of legacy I want to leave. That is number one. The second is also to create opportunities for young Nigerians. Today, one of the major challenges in Nigeria is employment. Yeah, so the unemployment rate, as we know, is very, very high. So how can you create jobs as an entity? By direct jobs, which means Taj Bank recruiting people, and of course, indirect jobs. How do I mean? Funding businesses that thrive, that succeed, and create more employment opportunities. That is one thing I've seen in terms of impact that Taj Bank has made in the industry, because I know a lot of businesses that came to us when they were very small, and we nurtured them. Today, they have employed so many young people, and that is very heartwarming, and all across the country. So, and then the third legacy that I want to leave is also impact in society. How can we make impact? How can we nurture businesses? How can we grow people? How can we develop people? How can we create an environment where an institution such as Taj Bank rises and then uplifts a lot of people from poverty or from just the base level to success?
So, next question. This question has been close to my heart to ask you because it raises a lot of curiosity. You mentioned wanting Nigeria to become a reference point, like Malaysia.
Yes.
For Islamic banking. What will it take for us to get there?
Okay. Well, if you look at the Malaysian experience, there is a lot of government involvement in it. Like in Malaysia, the government was deliberate, and successive governments have been deliberate in terms of promoting non-interest banking. And today, Malaysia has become a hub. In fact, the industry is almost 50-50 in terms of asset size. And the government made a deliberate attempt to say, we have to, and set a target to say by 2023, I think, I'm not sure, the industry must be 50-50 in terms of assets. Conventional banks having 50%, non-interest banks having 50%. And they came out with a lot of policies and initiatives to drive it. So I think government has a role to play. But if you look at Nigeria, I think the central bank, well, they've done very well. I must commend them, because when they introduced the new capital requirement, where a national conventional bank was pegged at 200 billion, they pegged non-interest banking at 20. So I think that's an advantage, and that's a step in the right direction to encourage more players to come into the industry. And with that, I think today there are about 3 more banks coming on stream, 3 more non-interest banks. So gradually, we'll get there. But I think the most important thing is government support.
Let me expose my ignorance. Okay. Every time I'm coming to work, I see a big signboard that is written Sukuk.
Okay.
I always thought Sukuk was the name of a company. To be honest. So I'm just telling you how speaking to you is revealing importance of non-interest banking and how it also affects, you mentioned government.
Yes.
So outside of giving banks giving non-interest banks the opportunity, when it comes to the capitalization and all of that.
Yeah.
They are also taking bonds.
Yes, absolutely.
And all of that from non-interest.
Absolutely.
So I think that is, I think based on what you've said, I think we'll get there. Step by step.
Gradually, If you look at the Sukuk issuances, when we started, it was a bit controversial. But today, people drive on Sukuk roads.
I drive on Sukuk road.
Yes, So we've all driven on Sukuk roads and we've seen the positive impact of Sukuk. And also, I believe private sector players would also issue Sukuks. For instance, Taj Bank just issued its second Sukuk, and it's been massively oversubscribed. And when we issued our Sukuk, we deployed the money into high impact sectors. We funded factories, we funded a lot of initiatives that created a lot of jobs. We funded, there is a detergent factory we funded here in Lagos, in Lekki. We've also funded some rice mills across the country. So high impact long-term projects, that's what we've done. And I believe that's what non-interest is really revealing, that it's really high impact.
Okay, so on a lighter note, what hidden talent do you have that the world doesn't know about? And how do you relax when you're not running a bank?
I can't remember any hidden talent.
So
to be honest.
So how do you relax when you're not running a bank? Because you can't just walk. You have to rest at some point. Wind down to wind up.
To be very honest, what gives me joy is work.
Oh my God. Honestly,
believe it or not,
we need to help you find
believe me or not, wherever I am in the world, whatever I'm doing, the moment I just don't feel very happy if I'm outside the office. But the moment I step into the office, I just come alive.
You're a rare human being.
When I'm not working, I'm still thinking of work. Mm-hmm. So it gives me the greatest joy. Coming to the office every morning, addressing the challenges, and so that's what makes me happy. I tried. There was a time I registered at the golf club. I went there once, twice. I just lost interest. I just got bored and left. So my life
it wasn't challenging enough for what you were.
No. It wasn't really stimulating enough. So I think my life is just built around work.
No, it's fine because there are people like that.
Yes.
And it makes sense because you run a company. So
yes, absolutely.
So finally, what's the one thing that you wish someone had told you before you tried to build a bank from scratch?
What's the one thing someone had told me? It was really difficult.
I wish somebody had told me.
It was really challenging. I wish someone had told me, look, building a bank from scratch and starting from ground zero and raising capital. I wish someone had told me how difficult it was. Maybe I would have said, no, I don't want this stress. Let me just be an employee.
but funny enough, you're doing a great job at it.
Yeah,
you're doing a great job.
Thank you very much.
I'm happy with how far you've come.
Thank you.
And my personal prayers is that you keep growing.
Yeah.
You keep impacting lives.
Thank you very much.
And keep making a difference. Because for me, what's the point of being alive if you're not making a difference?
Absolutely.
That's why God brought all of us together in this world to help each other.
Absolutely.
So it only makes sense.
It only makes sense.
Thank you so much.
The future is very bright.
Thank you so much for featuring our podcast. It was an honor having you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
It was an honor coming on the program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, folks, there you have it. If you want to know more about non-interest banking, you can know where the nearest Taj Bank is. Or you can reach out to me. I can give you more information. But while we wait for that, stay tuned for more episodes. And as we say at triumph against odds, don't stop being resilient. Thank you.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
These bad dance make it hurt.
We Nigerians, we don't really appreciate what we have.
We are going local, exploring the makers and manufacturers of this industry, spotlighting the local industries and changing the narrative of the made in Nigeria products. I am Amanda Amosugure for Business Day Television.
Nigeria, blessed with milk and honey, and honestly, overflowing with creativity.
If the Nigerian
leather company, you do very well to pick me up to continue promoting the leather business. I don't see myself going back.
Welcome to Market Pulse, where we take you on surveys across markets in Nigeria to explore the true heartbeat of the economy.
Me personally, I've been here more than 10 years, but my husband has been here 22 years ago.
Let me just say more than 6 years now. More than 6 years.
Let's say 2 years.
This is my 23 years experience in a woman clothes.
Well, to be honest, I've not been into this very business for long, but for like 6 months that I've ventured into this business, I think I've seen a lot of gain, and then I like it that way.
In a society where international brand names are everything, where people are sized up by logos and labels, the big question is, where does that leave our local brands?
We Nigerians, we don't really appreciate what we have. Like I do tell people, I have a friend who deal on electrical. Nigeria one is the best. And before they could able to know that this is the best, they pass many challenges. Why people think that when the names alone, the names like Turkey, some people don't even know what is Turkey and they look her. Some people will come and tell that hey, I want to buy Turkey, Turkey dresses. I have a friend who don't have fear of God. Sometimes he sell my products with local amount of Turkey. So some people work according to names. Turkey. Some people don't know it.
Now let me tell you, most people want to have that name. Like they want to have that name of someone that uses big bag. We have Pedra products, we have Chris Bella, we have Dior. Now when you see someone with Christian Dior bag, even though it is Abamid, the name, the brand name, you understand, will give that person that kind of momentum that yes, he or she is having something costly. You understand? But not knowing fully well that Nigerian leathers, Nigerian made leathers, they are very, very strong. It lasts for you. But all these foreign bags, they look expensive. They are expensive, but the guarantee, the year's guarantee, that's what we are looking onto. So I prefer the Nigerian leather to the foreign bag. You understand? But in terms of buying and business, the foreign one is okay.
Today, we hit the ground running at the ever-busy Balogun market, known for many things, but especially for its rich lineup of locally made products. From bags and shoes to adire and makeup, Balogun fathers all.
We sell adire material. We sell already made alongside Senegalese, because some of our dresses here, we do travel to get some of our dresses.
We're into textile materials. We deal in so many fabrics such as George, crystal fabrics, luxury fabrics. We also deal in male fabrics as well. And if you want numbers of ashobis, we can get them for you. So
Nigeria's local clothing industry remains one of the most exciting parts of our creative economy. From ready-to-wear to bespoke pieces, designers are mixing Ankara, Ashoke and Adire with modern styles, serving culture, creativity and confidence all in one outfit.
Mostly we buy from Senegal, and then on the Adire stuff, we do travel to Oshogbo at times to get some kind of fabric that is Adire fabric. But if it's Ankara fabric as well, we do order for it. But on the norms, everything we are ordering that is particularly based on Ankara, we can easily get it here too in Lagos Island. So, and we have a lot of tailors that sew for us. We have Senegalese tailors here that sews for us. But the Adire fabric itself, we like people here in Nigeria, people here in Lagos to sew for us. Like me now, I do create my own designs myself. I draw my designs. Like this kind of stuff, this kind of dress now, I draw it, is my design. I'm the first person that made this design.
Actually, we made different materials. Most of our adire from Abeokuta, some are from Aguda, and majorly some of us we do make our adire too. Some Oshogbo, but as regards lace is imported. We buy lace from China, from Switzerland, then we made it for them. Ankara, Same thing. The China people, they start making Ankara. So we get our Ankara from China. And there are some, Teslas is in Ikeja. We get Ankara from them as well. Nigerians, we make them. We have our designers that make our clothes for us. They do produce them. But I'm not trying to be biased. But the good lace, when we talk of lace, Swiss lace, is from Switzerland. Did you get it? There are some laces from other places, but mainly the good ones, not the good, the quality ones are from Switzerland.
Well, I prefer to stock them because we believe that most Nigerians love imported goods. They believe like Nigerian goods are not like, well, are not how will I explain it? Are not so good, and maybe they believe that we Nigerians don't have good quality. But for we do have good quality, especially when it comes to adire. Yeah, I love adire and I love to wear adire. But the only problem we have is bringing it into Nigeria. We can't bring it, so we'll make it here in Nigeria, and they make it in places like Ogun State, Oshogbo, Oshun, and I love to wear adire because it just gives you this different, unique vibe, and your styling too matters as well. So then, why have these luxury fabrics? We bring them for most of our clients that want quality, like luxury quality, especially when it comes to weddings, birthdays, any big functions, and that's where people come in requesting that they want Ashobi fabrics. And they request for multiple numbers, like for example 50 people, 100 people, and that's where we produce. And it just has this fine, beautiful class that this luxury fabric gives. Like for example, this is Swiss cord, and it comes in different colors. So you can tell me, okay, fine, Madam Lassit, I want this fabric, and we can produce for numbers of people that you want.
Okay, from Aba, we all know Aba in Abia State. Well, I'm a native of Abia State, so I'm very proud of my place. Aba, we produce things, we produce shoes, we produce bags, leather mostly. And most of them, when you tell someone that it comes from China, it will be very, very hard for them to not to believe, you understand, because they look alike. Aba products and China products, they look alike.
And in the middle of the hustle and bustle of the Adire market, it's pure vibes as every trader has a story. Stories of ups and downs, steady patronage, slow days, and resilience.
I'm speaking on behalf of every Nigerian. Our products, our leather, they are stronger than that of China.
The local leather industry is quietly doing its thing. Artisans are crafting handbags, backpacks, and corporate bags that can stand shoulder to shoulder with imported ones. Trust me, no cap.
What made me venture into this business is that when I started new, I had some motivations from my friend that I will make it here in this business. But we are with the leather in this product, in this business. Leather matters a lot. You understand? So this business now, I was ventured into this business by my dad. He made me go into this business. And then the money, the business, I want to be a big man, I want to build a house, I want to buy my own car. I want to make it in life. You understand? As a big businessman. That's one of the main reasons I ventured into this business. Let me tell you something. If the Nigerian leather company, you do very well to pick me up, to continue promoting the leather business, I don't see myself going back, because something that you love, something that you see yourself doing the most, you understand, when you get back up in it, you will continue doing it, you do it forever. But when you find out that nothing, you are slacking out, no backup, nothing, at a point in time, your mind will have to tell you that at least you're making fool of yourself. You need backup, you need something to push you up. You understand? So if the leather company, if they are seeing this particular video, I think they should make it up to them to take someone to promote their business. Now, China and all these foreign-made countries that are making these bags, they have people promoting their business. They are up to the task. They come up to it. They pay for it. They pay for the promotion. You understand? So why can't Nigeria do it that way? Nigeria can do better. Nigeria has the money. If Nigeria can kill corruption, take it up to them to make their things better. Believe me, everything will be better. So now I'm speaking on behalf of every Nigerian. Our products, our leather, they are stronger than that of China. We just need to make and give it a name. You understand that others will see and believe that it has a name. Now, person they give something name. So let us give our own product the name.
Nigeria's beauty industry has also seen a surge in locally formulated makeup products tailored specifically for African tones and our climate. From foundations to lipsticks and skincare, these brands get it. And as a dark-skinned melanin goddess, why wouldn't you trust people who actually understand your skin and the heat we deal with daily?
People do patronize the Nigeria product because it's a very good product and it's full coverage and it's matte finishing. Even if you have acne, the product, this goodie product, it will cover it. It does not break. That is it. Even if you are sweating, it will not break. And it's matte finishing. It does not even give you any reddish undertone. It's a very good product.
It's not all rosy though, with rising production costs, higher rent, and limited access to funding remaining a major challenge.
The first challenge is the rate, dollars rate, yeah. Because going to Senegal to buy some stuff like we do go to Senegal to buy like laces that is already made, and we're having challenges on the rates in order to pay for flights. And for us to buy goods, at times, if we want to change money, we used to have issue with that dollar rates. I think that's our major issue. Even in this country now, we have rate challenges. Like, let me just say, put it like that.
Challenges is like sometimes materials would be out of material because the material is imported as well. So sometimes we'll be like out of material. Sometimes we don't meet up the quantity we need. That is only challenges I myself personally facing.
I faced a lot of challenges. Most times when customer comes, when you tell them the price of the bag that you sell, they would like to buy it below the cost price. You know, if you know that when you sell it below that cost price, you've lost. You do not gain anything, nothing, total lost. You understand? That's one of the challenges. And then the second challenge is that most times when rain is falling, we don't used to get customers. You understand? Most times you be in your shop, you only have to sell 3 times a day and sometimes 2 times a day. And that's very, very bad for business. So we're not praying for that kind of thing. We're praying for more customers, more business, you understand?
Many locals see patronage is improving thanks to Nigerians becoming more intentional about supporting local brands.
It's fine and it's cool. People do come to buy market very well here constantly because we do sell African wares here, and then most of our dresses that we sell, it's something that is you can easily to buy. You can, if you need any like houseware, we sell houseware as well. We sell free gowns. We sell something that you can use to work like Friday wears. So I think the patronage is fine with me. People come here to buy, most especially most UBA staffs. They are helping. Everything is fine.
It has been so wonderful. You know, this is ready to wear, so you might not have tailor challenges. Mostly what we do, we have varieties. We have lace, adire. So most of the challenges, I'm not going to say our challenges, but people that will come and buy from us, once they see what they like, they are ready to buy it and they wear it immediately. So you will not have tailor challenges. You know, most of our tailors, when we give them clothes, I'm not trying to, no, I'm just trying to protect my business. When you give them clothes, some will say 5 days, 10 days, and at the end of the day, they will disappoint. But ours is not like that. Once you are here, you are ready to go.
This episode tells a bigger story, one of a changing mindset, local pride, and industries that are not just surviving, but evolving.
I love Adire, and in as much as I would love to invest, but I don't think I want that now because I don't that's not my field. Adire is okay for people that sell Ankara, so it works for them. For me, it doesn't work for me because I don't know how to sell it. I can walk into a store and buy, but I can't sell. So I'm okay. I'm used to the ones that would sell, which is George, Swiss laces, beaded laces, any kind of laces you want. But Adire, I don't think I would like to invest so much in it. I can buy maybe for like 50 pieces for a few people that want. I might just stock up. I might use like 500,000 to just stock up a few for people that request for it. But I won't want to put so much investment in Adire.
What happened is this. Number one is the importation was very, very expensive on the high side since after lockdown. So the importation was very, very high, and the shipping fee was so expensive. So for people in my country to meet up, so that is, and the tray. Sometimes it took me 3 months to have my items that I ordered from China or Turkey. So, but here, 1 week, sometimes some days. So that's the reason why.
That's it on this episode of Market Pulse. In a shocking twist of events, these traders recently had their shops demolished, leaving them stranded and on the streets still hustling for their daily bread.
We are not notified. They didn't notice us like they are coming, but they are just saying it's from the government. And I didn't even understand it. They just come just like that. We didn't even, nobody noticed us of anything. They just come one of a sudden and destroy all our containers. And even most of my goods, everything we are damaged. At least now I'm losing a lot. If I should calculate what I'm losing, over 5 million naira. Yes, over 5 million naira. Nobody compensates us. Nobody compensates us. Please, I'm begging the government, they should look into this. This is Lagos Marina, beside UBA head office. We are facing a lot here. You can see them. Look at our goods here. Look at my market here. Look at it. It was damaged. Even my containers, I cannot even get access to the container myself. They just come and demolish everything and just pack everything. So we really lose a lot here. We really lose a lot. So I'm wishing maybe the government can look into this very well.
We are just here and we had information that before we know, they say we should start removing our things, we should pack our load. We were watching and waiting. It was a surprise because they didn't even give us notice. So unfortunately, we start packing our load. From there, they now come and demolish the shop. We pack our goods, but we could not able to take our container away. They asked us to leave the container. So we tried to remove some of our goods. By God's grace, we tried to take some of the goods, yes. Last week, we went to miss our Excellency Sanwo-Olu. So we explained things to him. And I told us that we should go back, that he's coming to come and see the situation. So we are still hoping, believing that everything will be okay by God's grace.
I traveled down to East anyway. I traveled down to my village to see my parents. So unfortunately, I received a call that my space had been demolished. So I was like, what is the problem? What happened that they demolished my shop? They said that there's is it government task force or what that come inside the premises and demolish the place without even a quick notice. How can they demolish someone's place without even a quick notice? Okay, let's assume that my people is not here to help me. I could have started this. They could have destroyed both my goods and my shop. I have stayed here more than 10 years. There is no issue here. We don't have the only issue that we have here is that once Loma come, they will give us information that maybe they are coming on so day to collect money for Loma. We'll contribute money for Loma and pay them. I call most of my colleagues here. They said they meet His Excellency Mr. Sanwo-Olu. Then he now came down here, but they didn't really get things from him because he was driving. When they meet him in this secretariat, as in this government house, he drove down back. Then I don't think they meet him because they just say that he visited here. They now go back to where the fire incident occurred. So before they come back here, he left already. So they didn't really get actual strong word from him. But you can see now they are fencing all this place.
Yes.
It takes a lot of time. Once this place closed, I don't think we still have stand here again. So what they want us to do, is it not street? They are sending us to street. This, if somebody that couldn't be able to hold himself, they can do otherwise. So they should. We are pleading. They should try and know what to do for us, please. At least we paid. We pay. Well, nobody that's staying here that is not paying. Actually, it's a car park, but there's a very the lot of shops they created here. Then we pay a very good sum of money, and some of us just paid. Some paid on November, some paid this December that just ended. So they should come to our rescue, please.
On the 31st of December 2025, the Lagos State Building and Control Agency came and they started demolishing our shop. They did not give us any notice. They did not present any order for the demolition. They just said it's order from above. That is what they told us. They give us, it was maybe hours, and not that they even give us hours, that they are destroying it from one end. So we are packing. Everybody was packing their goods. We went to the State House at Marina on the, I think that was Friday. That Friday should be on the 2nd of January 2026. We went there for peaceful protest, and luckily for us, we saw the governor on his way going out, and he stopped and attended to us, and he asked that what is the issue. We explained to him, and the governor assured us that we should be going. He's going to come down here. So I think as he was coming, he came here direct that day. So before we could come from the State House, the governor is already here. We did not know what the governor discussed with the LAPSCA agency working here on that very day, because before we came back here, the governor have already left. Although we submit our allocation and all our documents to the representative at the State House that we are legal here, we are not illegal. We were moved to here since 1999 when they wanted to build the halfway land at William Street, and they give us allocation. In fact, we just renewed our allocation with the local government. They give us 15 years allocation about 2 months ago. So we submitted the copy of everything to their representative at the State House. But till today, which is on the 8th of January, we have not had any feedback from the governor and from the agency. So as you can see, they have demolished everything. They sell all our container as they are building. They are demolishing it. People that are buying it are here already. So they sell everything. We are not allowed to even take our container that we did by ourselves. They said they cannot release it to us. So since then they have been doing the fence. You can see the fence. These are the fence. They are still working. But as we have no option, because most of us here we are just hustling, so we have no option and we have nowhere to go. That is why we are still inside the sun. We are selling inside the sun. As they are doing the fence, we are still selling to manage ourselves. What we expect from the government is that they should reinstall us here. Let them go through the documents we submit to them. When they go through, they will say everything are genuine. We are taxpayers. We pay dues. We don't violate any rules. So you get, let the government have mercy and pity us. And even till now, as I'm talking to you, they have not given us any reason for the demolition. Till now, there's no reason for the demolition. The chairman of the Nigeria Legion, who is in charge of the car park, came and he was asking that where is the demolition order that you people bring. They did not provide anything.
Stay tuned to Business Day Television for more updates.
Good day, everyone. My name is Enyola Olatunji, and I'm a tax correspondent with Business Day. Today, we have our very first episode of the Tax Aid. So, the Tax Aid, I assume you are wondering what's that. The Tax Aid is a new product by Business Day, and in this product, we have a podcast, which, of course, you are seeing now, we also have newsletters, a column, and explainer videos where we'll be breaking down everything tax. We know that some new tax laws were passed in July 2025 this year, and they will be enacted. They will be enacted by January next year. But especially on this podcast, we're going to dissect everything tax, all of those questions that you have, all of those things you've been wondering, what does this mean? Everything from personal income tax to CGTs to tax on free trade zone areas. This is where we're going to be dealing with it, and it's not going to be complicated. It's going to be very easy. I have a co-host with me, and
Isn't it Unarom? Yes. So I'll be co-hosting with Eniola, and we have a very special guest today, Peter Warfare, tax partner at Fovis Mazars. You're welcome.
Welcome, Peter. Today we're going to be discussing personal income tax, and I especially picked it because I'm sure if you're online, you must have seen. I think that's one of the things that even caused one of the most upset. Initially, before the bill was passed, there was a lot of conversation around VAT. If they were going to increase it. Then even state allocations. That one, there was so much conversation. But now that the bills have been passed, the problem is personal income tax. But much like most of this week's CGT, we'll get to that in other episodes. But for personal income tax, everyone is thinking, it's my tax. Am I going to start paying more tax? Am I going to start to? Am I going to remit it to? Am I paying it directly? All of those things. So today we're just going to be doing a deep dive into all of those questions that people have. And first of all, I'd like you to just give a brief overview of what the new personal income tax is about.
All right. So thank you once again, Aniela. So the personal income tax that we would have effective January 1, 2026 is something we have currently under the Personal Income Tax Act. However, by January 1, 2026, it would no longer be contained in that act. It would be part of other laws or part of other taxes that will be contained in the Nigeria Tax Act. Yeah, so personal income tax is just the tax that is administered on the income of individuals, partnerships, trustees, family estates. So basically, personal income tax deals with income earned by individuals and sole proprietors, joint ventures, business names, people that are not limited liability companies or PLCs.
One of the questions that I've seen people really ask is, because around this conversation, say people are like, they'll have access to your bank account. They just plenty, many misinformation. So how would the personal income tax be deducted going forward? And would it be directly from employers? Because that's even the question I was wondering. Are they going to say, is my employer going to be paying me my nets monthly? And then the government will now remove what my tax is from my account, or will my employer still be paying my payee directly to the government? How does it work?
So, but going straight to your question, personal income tax will still be administered the way it is. It has always going to be administered because we need to make that clarity. What has always been designated as income, more or less, would continue to be designated as an income. There are just a few additions like capital gains. Capital gains wasn't initially classified under personal income tax. It was under the Capital Gains Tax Act. But now capital gains has now been brought into, if you earn it as an individual, it becomes part of your total income. If you earn it as a company, it becomes part of your total income as a company. So for individuals, if you're an individual and you're an employee, that means you earn income, source of your income is from employment.
Yes.
Then that is going to be administered as it has always been. And how has it always been administered? The employer, your employer has a responsibility for charging the personal income tax, collecting that from your income, and then remitting it on your behalf to the tax authority, relevant tax authority, which is actually the tax authority where you live, not where you work. So in the case of Lagos. So if you live in Lagos, but you work in other states, you pay your personal income tax to
Lagos. That's good.
Talk about other things as we move on.
Oh yes, and I think it will take us to the next question because I saw somebody say somebody was like, oh, if I work in, like, okay, she's a business owner, so if she lives in Lagos and she works in, say, Ogun State, her business is in Ogun State, does she pay, like, who does she pay her personal income tax to? And also there was something that also struck me in that question was that it's, and I think you kind of touched on it, but I'd like to understand better. So say, for like the person I just said, she lives in Lagos, she's a business person, her business is in Ogun State, but who does she pay her personal income tax to? One. Two, if it's a small business, is she paying company income tax? And if she's not paying company income tax, that means whatever she's trying to pay as tax will be gains she made from the business. That's my question. Like, did you understand what?
Yeah, I get your question. So you've asked 2 questions.
Yes, 2 questions.
But then I need to get clarity on the first one. Is she working in Lagos or is she working?
She lives in Lagos, but her business is in Ogun State.
And the business is her business.
It's her own business.
She's not an employee.
She's not an employee.
Okay. So if she lives in Lagos and her business is in Ogun State, we need to, part of the problems small businesses have is they do not structure their businesses appropriately. You need to, like I've said, your business is different from you. So we need to ask you, do you get paid by your business? Do you earn income from your business? If you do not earn income from if you earn income from your business, then your personal income tax will go to Lagos where you live.
Okay.
But if you do not earn income from your business, that means you have not structured to say, this is the books of, this is a book of my business. This is the income I earn. This is my salary. This is my director's allowances. Then what gets taxed is the profit of that business. And that profit of that business would be paid to where that business is, the registered addresses. So when incorporating that business, and where did you register the business? In Ogun State. Therefore, that business, personal income tax. Remember, I called it persons again because I assume it's not a limited liability company.
Okay.
Goes to Ogun
State. Oh,
So that is the person, if the person stays in Lagos, business is not Ogun State, both the business and the person will be paying that personal income tax, so wherever they are.
Yeah. Again, remember, in a case where the person earns salary from the business, that cost, the salary the person is paid by the business, is a deductible expense.
Yeah, okay.
So the business does not pay tax on the whole income. It pays tax on the chargeable profit. So we would have taken a lot of expenses validly being incurred, even the payments made to the owner for the proprietor or the employer, as the case may be.
Okay.
Yeah, what is left of it is subject to income tax contracts.
What if I win something? Because I saw somewhere that, both winning or anything, any award given to you will be taxed.
Yeah, when you win, so you worked for something. Section 28, about part 7, you would see further specific mention of what is income. So if you receive allowances, I want to imagine allowances are gifts, right? Gifts from your brother, from your mother, from these are not income. So they are not what you earn from employment. They are not what you earn from vocation. They are not what you earn from business. They are not what you earn from investment. So they are not benefits you get because you're working. So these are not income. So they do not fall under what is subject to income tax.
What if I win something? Because I saw somewhere that, both winning or anything, any award given to you will be taxed.
Yeah, when you win, so you've worked for something.
If I'm in an essay competition and let's say the prize money is $1 million or something, and I win that, would that be taxed?
You know that
You're not talking about essay competition.
even the tax president the tax Taiwo, he has grants for like writing now. So I want to know if I win that article, I'm going to pay tax off it.
You would pay tax. No, but you worked for it. Isn't that income you earn from doing a specific service? You perform the service to be paid for it.
It wasn't a service. It wasn't a service, but wow, I'm really enjoying this. It's really eye-opening. So what are some of the? I know, like I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of misconceptions outside. But what are some that you've heard and you're like,
No, this is not it. This is not it. Some
to clear the air.
yeah, just to clear
About
the
the new tax law.
about yes, and especially like personal income tax.
One of the misconceptions I've heard, in fact, I've heard a lot, and now I get tired of trying to correct it. For example, if the money in your account, everything will be taxed. Any money in your account. In fact, if you receive, but the one I've heard is if you've received salary and you transfer it to another account, the government will tax it.
Wow.
I mean, it's funny. And then when you receive money from maybe your friends or your family members outside the country, that you'd pay tax on this money. No,
I
not
heard
correct.
that.
So, these are not correct. So we need to watch it and be conscious of what is defined as income in the concept of taxation. And there are a few other things, but that is how people do calculation. People do not consider the appropriate benefits because if, for instance, you're working for BusinessDay, and then because you work for BusinessDay decides to provide you a domestic help, a driver, or even gives you a car. It's easy for people to miss out some of these things as benefits they earn. But then benefits you have, they may not be cash, but they're benefits you get as a result of being an employee of a company, considered as emolument or as income for the purpose of calculating income tax. But there are ways to do the calculation, by the way.
Okay. Like the rates now for personal income tax is progressive. So it's more like the more you earn, the more you pay. And then it's on 900K, it's about anything above 800 to 3 million is like 15%. Then 3 million to another range is 18%. And somebody was saying that it's likely like people within this bracket, the 15-18%, pay less come the following year. Is that how it's likely to look like?
We have a progressive tax system when it comes to personal income tax, which is a lot more different when you talk about company income tax. So pay, that's why people call it, you usually hear people say, this is my payee.
Yes.
But payee is just the system. It's actually not the tax. So
But
payee
now
tax, it's actually payee tax, pay as you earn tax. Because in the concept of personal income tax, when it comes to employees, usually employees, which is the general one, the taxes paid by employees are seen as pay as you earn tax. So pay as you earn tax. But that's a subset of personal income tax, because even within personal income tax, you have the withholding tax, you have other things. So, but let me go straight to this. For PE, the rate has changed. Like you said, after you've declared your total income, the next is to move to the next level, which is deductions and reliefs. So some old deductions still stay. Reductions or reliefs, I rather call them reliefs. Deductions which you would find in Part 7. Deductions like if you're contributing to National Housing Fund, it would be deducted from your total income. If you've contributed personally to National Health Insurance Scheme, not if your company has contributed. If you have contributed, it's individual's contribution, not company's contribution.
But you take it out of my salary now.
Usually, well, if they've taken it from your salary and they've declared that gross amount that contains it as your salary, then it will be backed out. But usually what companies do is they see it as their cost. So if you have an idea of your pay slip, you would not see that amount in your pay slip. You would probably see it in your employment letter, but you would not see it in your pay slip. So if it has not been included as part of your pay slip or your gross income, you cannot have it as a deduction because it's assumed that you did not contribute to NHIS. So other contributions like pension, all of that, so once you take out those things, in the current tax law, I'm not talking about the one that will be effective next year, we had the CRA, Consolidated Relief Allowance. But now there is no CRA. The additional thing that has come in is rent relief. So you take out rent relief and then you pass it in. If you ask me whether people who are between 15 and 18 pay more, I think it depends on the income. And that may not be enough to, it may not be enough for me to sit here and say, this is who pays more. But if you earn more, you will slightly pay more at a level. If you earn more, you would astronomically pay more. And when we start getting 25%, the end of the band.
Yeah.
So for the informal sector now, can you walk us through how small businesses and people that basically work in the informal sector, how they're going to be taxed? Because there isn't, will I call it, a proper regulation around that? Like, how do you tax? Is everything just going to be okay? The amount that comes into your bank accounts and the government to just, or the tax agents rather would, just do their own calculation? Or how is it going to be done? How is it? Yeah.
What we have for now is the regulation, which is the framework, and which is usually the first step. The first step is to have a law so that when people do not comply, you tell them you've not complied with something.
Okay.
There's a legal maxim that says you cannot be an offender of a law that does not exist.
Okay.
So you have to have a law. That's the first thing a law does. The second thing a law does is not to check non-compliance, which should actually be the first thing it does, is to show people direction. This is what you should do. So we have a law that, like I said, for personal income tax, the important thing is if you're in the informal sector, wherever you are, when I was talking about the oil company, I said wherever you are, provided you earn an income that is taxable, you're not earning below the minimum wage, then you have to pay personal income tax if you are an individual. It doesn't matter that you are an informal sector.
Okay.
But having said that, what the committee has done is to have a law. The next thing is, how do we make it work?
Okay.
We have people in the informal sector. It is a big headache. A lot of people are in the informal sector. I think the informal sector is driving the Nigerian economy. But how do we identify what is their income? Neither here nor there. So you would notice that someone who is at Computer Village, someone who carries pure water along the street, the person probably ends up paying taxes that he should not have paid if there was a formalization of that is business. So you move around with pure water and then someone says, oh, you have to pay the LRS, or someone might, from LRS might say, oh, we are from this local government, you're earning income from this, pay this levy. What does that levy mean? That is because you earn income from selling pure water. But come on, if we bring out everything the person has earned from pure water for the month, it could be below the minimum wage. So why is that person paying something?
Yeah, okay.
So formalization of the informal sector is important, but that has not, I don't know how much of that we can achieve in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. But one thing the committee has also done is to see if there can be exchange of information. Let's see if we can, from using your NIN, your BVN, can we create a tax identification number? There's one identity, way of identifying people. So if they can identify you, what I see them doing is, if we can identify you using your BVN or NIN, and then create a TIN for you, it is possible that there could be a check where we pick on this particular individual, see if there is funds coming into that account, and see if these funds are income. If they are income, have taxes been paid? If taxes have not been paid, it will be paid.
Okay, just quickly.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so Nigerians are yet to recover from the whole and everything. And apparently this is going to be digital and everything, know. So what do you think? Like, do you think this is going to be a much safer and transparent method? Like, what do you think the government or even individuals, just to calm the hearts and minds?
They just to adopt technology.
Yeah.
Because, like, we're not the most technology-driven country, so to speak.
I can't even tell somebody in the informal sector, okay, this is how we're going to do this and this and that.
You have to use computer and all of that. Like, so what the question basically is, on government parts, what do you think they can do to drive, like, issues more? And also, you use some of their assistants. So I've even heard people say that sometimes he gets very, very, very busy and all of that. And also on like users' parts, like what do you think they need to like to know so that they can adopt this technology that will be used to tax them?
Okay, I think one of the things that should be done is what you're doing. Information, helping people understand, because you can never over-inform people. when it comes to the taxes. We are even still learning, even as consultants, because it's a whole new. If I'm not learning anything, I'm trying to learn the new sections, because maybe the laws are the same, but the sections have been rearranged. So I need to remember the sections so that I can quickly make reference to them.
Okay.
But then from automation, I think we should find innovative ways of getting the accurate income earned by people in the informal sector, or even helping people in the informal sector make a self-declaration of their income easily. For now, what we have is, let's say you're a tax resident in Lagos and you want to file your returns, you go to LRS LRS e-portal, eTaxNet. I do not know how much easy it is for people in the informal sector. Do they have to go to their laptops? No, I think they can do that from their phone. Or how much of information has gone to them? Have we engaged the market unions enough?
Okay,
have we
true.
talked to
Market
people enough?
unions.
Have we even tried to calm the nerves of those people and tell people who collect double taxes from them?
Yeah.
The Aberos, everybody on the road collecting money from them. Because if these people have collected from people in the informal sector and then you tell them to pay taxes, you are not protecting them enough, and that is not fair. So that is why the government needs to find innovative ways. I don't believe that in this century, in 2025, we can't find innovative ways of having people in the informal sector to pay tax. Yesterday, just to mention, I tried to get a screen guard for my phone, and I was surprised when I overpaid the lady. She wanted to refund. She said she checked her bank app. It couldn't open. She said, okay, I'll pay you from WhatsApp. I didn't understand that.
Oh, yes,
So she has one app. She can pay me from WhatsApp.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes,
and then I was,
I know
was
products
interested.
like that.
And then, you know the funny thing is when she typed
just type it
she
and you
typed
get the
1K.
Yes, yes.
Because I was guys typed 1K. and then
Yes,
sent it back.
yes, yes.
So that's interesting. And these are type of things you should get to.
And imagine if they could
people in
pay
the
like
informal
their
sector.
tax through like
Yeah.
WhatsApp. And
Just 1K.
I don't want to act like a Gen Z right now, but you know, so to round the show up,
You wanted to say clock it?
I was going to say, how did you know that? Anyways, I was going to say, you mentioned something at the beginning of the podcast about CGT and how it affects personal income tax. And even, yes, and also briefly, how withholding tax too. I think I heard that, it's a form of tax that they collect just before you remit, then need to be removed from. How does both CGT, when it affects your personal income tax and also withholding tax, like how they affect your personal income tax?
Okay, so CGT is now going to, it's not going to be tax, personal income
Just
tax.
so I'm very sorry, capital gain tax.
Oh, yeah.
CGT is capital
Thank
gain
you.
tax. And the other one is withholding tax. Withholding
So
tax.
capital gains tax currently is capital gains tax, and the act is Capital Gains Tax Act at the rate of 10% of chargeable gains. So chargeable gains is, remember, it's capital gains. So when you dispose or when you sell assets, just for simplicity, when you sell assets, fixed assets, when you sell shares too, and then you earn an income, let's say you call it income. But then if there are costs you've incurred before selling that asset, you take out that cost from the income, you now have a gain. We call it capital gain because it's a capital item you've sold. So it is that gain that you pay 10% on currently. But going forward, we're scrapping the capital gains system and moving it, Capital Gains Tax Act, and moving it into the Nigerian Tax Act. It forms part of the income tax. So if you're earning that as an employee, if as an individual you have disposed or you've sold an asset, the income would be embedded as part of all your income. And then it's passed through the tax band. Not the income, I mean the gain. 'Cause I need to be very careful. The gain is embedded into and then passed through the tax band. And then what can it do? It can move you. It can really move you from a band 15% to 18 to 20. Yeah, it can actually move you. Yeah, but if you sell shares, maybe I need to mention too that if you sell shares, there's a special consideration for shares. If you bought shares if you've disposed shares you have in a Nigerian company, and then the gain and the value of the shares you've sold is not more than 150 million in a year. And when you check the gain is not more than 10 million. So two conditions: not more than 150 million value of shares, the gain not more than 10 million.
Okay.
Then you are exempt.
Okay.
That particular share in a year is exempt. But if you've sold less than 150 million, but then the gain on it is more than 10 million, that is not exempt. But if you've sold more than 150 and the gain is 1 million,
you're exempt.
You're still not exempt because you have to meet the two conditions. The sales value should not be more than 150 million, and then the gain should not be more than 10 million.
But it's okay.
We're really getting progressive.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the other point of withholding tax.
Yeah,
withholding tax, like you rightly said, is an advance payment of income tax. So for you to pay withholding tax, the first thing is to confirm that you are eligible to pay income tax, because if you're not eligible to pay income tax, you can't pay withholding tax. Right? So that withholding tax has been taken from your income, from the customer who is paying you for a service, or your employer, or whoever who is paying you that personal income. That withholding tax would be used to offset your final tax at the end of the day.
Oh, that's wonderful. So I just want your closing remarks generally, and what you want people out there to know. And within that also, like, just answer, like, what's global, like, what country has the best global practices for tax, and like that you think that we can
what
look up
metrics
to?
can we use to measure?
Yeah. With your wrapping up remark.
Okay, my wrapping up remark, I would say that revenue from taxes are sustainable. In fact, when I was coming here, I wanted to wear a green suit because green represents sustainability. But I didn't look good on that green suit. So taxes are here. Taxes are important to grow the economy. Taxes are important to have the developments we all want. I want to encourage Nigerians to try to pay taxes. I think the taxes we have, the additional payments that would be made are not too much, to be honest. Let's leave the boards and all that, are not too much. If you earn more, pay more, so that we can bring up the people at the lower level of the ladder. Then when it comes to another thing I would also say is that fortunately, we have a new set of tax laws. We need to approach it with a different mindset. I think the focus has always been on, see how I started with telling people to pay tax. But I think where we've not shifted our focus to is to the administrators. They need to approach it with a new mindset. If you have new laws and they're administered with the same people with the old mindset, you will be sabotaged. If you're saying today that withholding taxes, that once I ask for a refund, or VAT, once I ask for a refund, I get a refund in 30 or 60 days, and the older people, the tax administrator are used to getting that refund audited, and it stays unaudited for forever, then you need to change that mindset. You also need to ensure that they are trained enough to approach taxes how you want the taxes to be approached. The people we should emulate, if I should say that, at the oldest, maybe the older countries, usually the people with the very complete set of tax laws are the EU, European Union. So most of the laws come from EU, even international taxes come from EU. So let's go to EU, let's check Amsterdam, let's check countries like that. In Africa, Kenya is doing a good work, Rwanda is doing well, South Africa is also doing well. So I think if we can be fairly transparent in our dealings and automate what we can automate, then we would have gotten closer to the Eldorado tax system that we want in Nigeria.
And that brings us to the end of this particular episode of the Tax Aid podcast. And I really enjoyed it. I'm sure you all did. So see you next time at the next episode. And we'll bring to you another topic, dissecting it as simply as we've just done today. See you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries.
And this is the Business Day TV News Update, reaching you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Nigeria risks $2 trillion loss over blockchain neglect. And Nigeria needs $22 billion for gas pipeline projects, and that is coming from NNPC. NGX sustains positive trends as investors gain 4 trillion naira in 5 days. Akpabio must be resisted, says Onovo. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. President of the Stakeholders in Blockchain Technology Association of Nigeria, Obina Iwuno, says Nigeria could lose up to $2 trillion in economic value if it fails to properly harness opportunities in blockchain and virtual assets. Iwuno warned that while Nigeria ranks among the world top crypto adopting nations, weak regulation and lack of institutional support. The president described blockchain as the fourth generation of the internet, saying Nigeria must move beyond crypto trading and speculation into building real blockchain products for sectors such as finance, agriculture, identity management, and minerals. The block experts criticized the federal government's push to tax the sector before fully regulating and licensing it, and contrasted Nigeria with countries like South Africa, which has issued over 100 crypto licenses, warning that Nigeria risks falling behind. He will now call for a national blockchain policy with a long-term roadmap and a blockchain innovation fund to support local developers and institutions. And moving on, Nigeria is preparing for one of the largest gas infrastructure build-outs in its history, with the federal government and NNPC Limited estimating that up to $22 billion will be required to deliver the pipeline network. Under the new master plan, Nigeria, which currently produces 7.5 billion standard cubic feet of gas per day, is expected to rise to over 10 billion cubic feet per day by 2027 and 12 billion by 2030, supported by more than 60 priority gas projects. Major projects such as Ajaokuta-Kaduna-Kano pipeline and the OB3 pipeline are expected to anchor a national gas grid, with Nigeria currently having just over 2,500 kilometers of gas pipeline, far below what is needed to move gas efficiently. With stronger regulation under the Petroleum Industry Act and a new implementation framework in place, the government believes the Gas Master Plan 2026 could position Nigeria as a true gas-powered economy. And still on, Nigeria's stock market extended its rally for another week as investors added more than 4.08 trillion naira in market value over 5 trading sessions. According to reports, the NGX All-Share Index climbed 3.8% week on week to close at 171,727 points, up from 165,370 points, while the rally was powered by heavy buying in major blue chip stocks, particularly in telecommunication, cement, energy, and banking. MTN Nigeria gained 8.4%, Dangote Cement rose 7.1%, Seplat advanced 10%, WAPCO climbed 6.4%, while Stanbic IBTC added 8.5%. Total traded volume jumped 53.5%, while traded value nearly doubled, rising 98.3% week on week. Sector performance was led by Oil and Gas Index, 10.9%, followed by Industrial Goods at 4.4%, Banking at 3.6%, and Consumer Goods at 1%, while Insurance Index declined by 2.3%. Analysts expect the market to remain active but volatile as investors rebalance their portfolios after the strong rally. And coming up, Akpabio must be resisted, says Onovo. We bring you this and more after this commercial break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the news update. Still on the Nigerian scene, former presidential candidate of the National Conscience Party, Martin Onovo, has criticized Senate President Godswill Akpabio over the ongoing controversy surrounding amendment to the Electoral Act. Speaking on Business Day Television's Big Story earlier today, Onovo accused the Senate leadership of deliberately weakening the electoral process by rejecting mandatory real-time electronic transmission of results ahead of the 2027 general election. In his words, while the House of Representatives and a majority of senators supported electronic transmission, Akpabio's stance could pave the way for a disputed poll. And Novo urged Nigerians and civil society groups to resist the move, dismissing claims that poor internet access makes electronic transmission impractical, warning that failure to mandate electronic transmission could further erode public trust, especially among young voters, and risks a repeat of the 2023 elections controversies.
So this is completely undemocratic. Going outside the Senate, the House of Reps agreed. Going beyond the legislature, civil society organizations, election monitoring groups, local and international observers agree. So apparently, it is the Senate president acting with impunity. And we need to hold him personally responsible for that. This is not a Senate decision, in my opinion, because we have had other senators comment and say that they agreed on mandatory electronic, real-time electronic transmission. Those are the conditions. And this confirms that the ruling party knows that it cannot win an election. Because Godswill Akpabio, Senate President, belongs to the ruling party. So it's very clear that the only reason trying to claim that they don't have internet services in a few places is not reasonable.
That story, I know J. Alex Irune of O&O, while speaking in Abuja at the Nigeria International Energy Summit last Tuesday, revealed that Nigeria's oil industry must rethink funding to meet its ambitious target. Irene said traditional funding from multilaterals, trading houses, and reserve-based lending can no longer scale output fast enough, with Nigeria targeting 2 million barrels per day near-term and 3 million mid-term. According to him, output is about 1.5 million barrels per day, far below capacity and the 2.5 million achieved a decade ago, blaming capital shortages, aging infrastructure, theft, and years of underinvestment, not technical skill. Irene urged the government for government's financing, patience capital from international oil companies, and coordination on the reforms like the Petroleum Industry Act, warning growth will require collaborative policy, regulation, and investment discipline to revive production and revenues. And also, operatives of the Akwa Ibom State Police Command have arrested a suspected member of a syndicate accused of illegally withdrawing 4.2 million naira from a victim's bank account using an automated teller machine in Uyo. Police said the arrest followed a petition received on November 20, 2025 over an incident along Uruan Street where a female victim allegedly abducted after accepting a ride from occupants of a saloon car. And according to police, the suspects diverted from the route, threatened the victim with a firearm, and forced her to disclose her ATM PIN, and was later escorted to her residence, where 900,000 naira cash was stolen, while 3.3 million was withdrawn from her account into multiple bank accounts. The command spokesperson, DSP Timfon John, says one suspect, Benjamin Patrick, was arrested on February 3, 2026, with 3 POS machines recovered as investigation continue to track all the members of the syndicate. And to end the local news, Nigeria's electricity grid battled low generation availability and unstable frequency in January 2026, highlighting persistent weaknesses in the power sector. According to the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, despite an installed capacity of 13,625 megawatts, grid-connected plants supplied an average of just 4,901 megawatts, reflecting a plant availability factor of 36%. The Commission also reported frequent breaches of the approved frequency band, with average readings falling below and above prescribed limit, raising concerns over grid stability and the risk of system disturbances. Analysts link the challenges to aging transmission infrastructure, underinvestment and project delays, warning that constrained capacity and weak reserves are increasing the likelihood of outages, including national or nationwide grid collapses recorded in January. And coming up, Angola seeks 20% to 30% stake in De Beers, senior officials say. This and more after this break.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to the African scene, where Angola is seeking to buy between 20 and 30% of De Beers, the global diamond giant owned by Anglo-American, as African diamond producing countries discuss a joint approach to the company's future. De Beers operates across Botswana, Namibia, Angola, South Africa, and Canada, making its ownership strategically important for African producers that rely heavily on diamond revenues. Angola, Botswana, Namibia, and South Africa are now holding closed-door talks to find a common position, with Botswana also seeking a majority stake, and Angola says its state-owned miner Ndiama and diamond trader Sodium would hold any stake on behalf of the government. An Anglo-American is currently reviewing De Beers' valuation, even as exploration continues to show promise, including a recent kimberlite discovery in Angola, the first in 3 decades. Still on the African scene, Namibia has rejected the recognition of a major offshore oil deal announced last week by Total Energies and Petrobras. insisting that the companies failed to follow the country's legal approval process. The two energy giants say they had each acquired a 42.5% stake in the Pearl 104 exploration license in the Luderitz Basin of one of Africa's most promising new oil frontiers, adding that the deal involving stakes sold by Maravilla Oil and Gas and aid offshore investment will significantly expand Total Energy's footprint in Namibia. Namibia's Mines and Energy Ministry, however, says it was not formally notified of the transaction as required by law and only learned of the planned announcement minutes before it was made public. The dispute comes as Namibia tightens oversight of its fast-growing oil sector, with new legislation set to reshape regulation, increase transparency, and create a new upstream petroleum unit under the presidency. We now head to the foreign scene, where the European Union has stepped up antitrust action against Meta platforms, warning it may impose interim measures over the company's decision to block rival artificial intelligence service on WhatsApp. The European Commission said Meta breached competition rules by allowing only its in-house Meta AI to operate on WhatsApp from January 15th, shutting out competing developers from platform ecosystem. Regulators warned the move could cause immediate and lasting harm by giving Meta an unfair advantage through WhatsApp's vast European user base if left unchecked during a lengthy investigation. The case adds to growing pressure on Meta after earlier findings under the Digital Market Act. And according to reports, Meta could be forced to reopen WhatsApp to rival AI services if interim measures are imposed, setting a major precedent for competition in fast-growing AI markets. And also, Japanese stocks hit record highs on Monday after Prime Minister Sanae Takechi's Liberal Democratic Party secured a historic election vision in Japan. The ruling LDP won 316 of 465 lower house seats in Sunday's vote, the first to third majority for a single party since 1947. Markets reached swiftly with the Nikkei 225 jumping more than 5% in early trades as investors welcomed policy stability and pro-business reforms. Takaichi now faces pressure to revive Japan's economy, ease rising living costs, and fund stimulus plans as analysts warn bonds and currency investors remain cautious about higher debt and spending after voters backed her leadership in a snap election cold months after she took office. And we bring you the sport news after this break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back, and now to sports. Cristiano Ronaldo is in danger of missing out on a third straight golden boot in Saudi Arabia after sitting out 2 league games for Al Nassr to protest against the Saudi Pro League. Ronaldo, who is 41, was absent from the squad for Friday's league win against Al Ittihad, having also not been featured in Monday's victory over Al Riyadh. Al Qadsiya's Mexico's forward Julian overtook Ronaldo in the Saudi Pro League score table when he scored equalizer in his team's 1-1 league draw against Al Fateh to make it 18 league goals this season. And according to reports, Ronaldo has 17 goals, 2 less than English forward Ivan Toney, who leads the scoring charts with 19 goals from 19 games for Al Ahly. And to end the news, NBA star Giannis has announced that he has joined the ownership group of Chelsea Women, which includes his friend, Reddit's co-founder, Alexis Ohanian. Now, Giannis, who is a Greek Nigerian, becomes the latest big-name US-based star to invest in British football. NFL legend Tom Brady joined Birmingham City as a minority owner in 2023, while actors Ryan Reynolds and Rob Mack have taken Wrexham to the brink of the Premier League after buying the Welsh club in 2021. LeBron James has also been a minority owner of Liverpool since 2011, while Kevin Durant became a minority shareholder in Premier French champion Paris Saint-Germain in 2024. Ohania, who last year purchased a 10% stake in the reigning Women's Super League champion, is married to legendary former tennis player Serena Williams. And this is where we wrap up the Business Day television news updates this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. You beat them. Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste the money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Good afternoon, and you're welcome to Behind the Headlines, where we go beyond the surface of the news to understand what's really happening. We move past what happened to explore why it happened, what it means, and what comes next. I am Deborah Eze. Stay with us as we go Behind the Headlines. Nigeria's oil ambitions face a quiet constraint: weak gas pipeline infrastructure, choking production and efficiency, delaying investment, and undermining output target, despite vast reserves and policy reforms across energy value chain. Joining us to have a deep and broad conversation on this is Dikpo Oladende. He's the head energy desk here at Business Day. It's good to have you on Behind the Headlines, Dikpo. All right, you wrote that piece. So speak to us about how exactly this gas pipeline gaps translate into lower crude production.
Okay, so again, thanks for having me. So if you look at the way Nigeria's oil and gas sector has been managed, there's a lot of attention towards oil, right? The government seems to have, there seems to be a lot of investment around oil because oil was that thing we intentionally decide to explore. And so in the process of exploring for crude oil, we ended up stumbling on gas. And so we've not made the right kind of investments in gas, especially deep offshore gas. So we don't have the right kind of investment in terms of gas infrastructure. And the biggest weakness or the major consequences of that development is the fact that a large chunk of the power plants in Nigeria will not get the right gas they need because there's no infrastructure to move gas from areas of supply to areas of demand, right? Okay. And so gas will be affected, power plants will be affected, fertilizers will be affected. And then there's this major gas pipeline across the Atlantic area. They call it the West African gas market. This basically is to transfer pipe that will go through from Nigeria around the West African corridor. So the biggest challenge is we are not investing in gas infrastructure, and so because of that, the ability of crude oil producers let's not forget that these crude oil producers, they go looking for crude oil and then they stumble on gas. Now, this gas, a large chunk of the time, they're expected to export it and then NFX from it. So the major implication of this development is the kind of money you're expected to make from exporting crude oil, you won't be able to make that kind of money because there's no infrastructure to move the gas from areas of exploration to across the terminal for export purposes, which of course would mean FX loss for Nigeria.
So this infrastructure gaps, tell us more about, is it caused by underinvestment, insecurity, or poor investment?
Okay, so I think it's more of an underinvestment really because again, like I said earlier, we've not invested enough. So that's one. If you look around, I probably think we'll probably have just one major gas exporting pipeline. In other countries, I mean, we should be having about 5, 6, or 7 so that we would reduce the pressure on one, spread it across so that we won't be heavily reliant on one major gas pipeline. So first of all, we are not investing enough. Secondly, there seems to be a lot of talk about gas really, but then we are not investing across the value chain. So we are not putting the right incentives and saying, look, if company A is going to intentionally go drill for gas, will they get tax incentive? Will they get tax waivers? You know, you put incentives for people to go there and build infrastructure. So after they've built infrastructure for a while, then you can now revert back to the status quo. So again, we are not investing, we are not paying attention to it. We've been heavily reliant on crude oil for a long period of time, and that's where we are today.
So do you think, speak to us about gas availability. What does it have to play in sustaining oil operations?
Well, beyond oil, gas is responsible for, so each time you hear, oh, the national grid is down, each time you hear, oh, the power plants in Nigeria are not working, one of the reasons why we don't have enough power is because we are not supplying enough gas to the power plants, because about 80 or 70% of Nigeria's power plants are all reliant on gas. Just about 30% of them are reliant on hydro, which is water. So the major implication of that is access to power, access to electricity. Right, so you would get, for instance, the country currently has about 14 to 15,000 megawatts of installed capacity, but 2/3 of them are not working. Just about 5,000 megawatts are working. Why are the rest not working? Is because they don't have enough gas supply. So the major implication of this is you can't move gas from areas of supply to areas of demand. Right, so once you can't move them from areas of supply to areas of demand, they are just wasting in areas of supplies because they don't really need that. I mean, you don't need the gas in the Niger Delta region. You need it in the states that are in manufacturing producing states. You need it across your power plants. You need it for your fertilizer. You need it for majority of or many other industrialization purposes. So that's the big, or the so what, or the major implication of this.
All right, speak to us about how this pipeline constraints are actually affecting investors' confidence.
Well, so Nigeria is currently undergoing reforms now as we speak. So we've seen a lot of reforms around the oil area, right? There have been executive orders, there's a PIA as well. The government is also listening to a large chunk of the oil investors as well. So maybe the attention needs to move from oil to maybe gas investors, right? Or even prioritize the oil investors and say, look, you know what, we've had a lot of conversations about oil, but let's hear what you are doing about gas. What's your gas plan? What's your gas production plan for the next 5, 6 years? What's your gas exploration plan for the next 7 years? What can the government do to increase that exploration plan? Or what can the government do in order to make that exploration plan be more visible, as the case may be? So again, the government is doing the right thing in terms of oil. Maybe we should give them time before they move to gas. But for the first time, we seem to be having a healthy conversations about where we are going in terms of oil. There seems to be a lot of clarity. For the gas aspects, there's a conversation about decade of gas. There's a conversation about prioritizing gas, or Nigeria being more of a gas country than oil producing country. Maybe we need to move from talk to do the actual work, or just replicate what we've done in the oil sector to the gas sector, and then address the peculiarities as well.
So I hear what you say, but give us practical steps that you think the government should actually, take when it comes to the energy industry.
So they are doing the right thing. I think the biggest thing they need to do is implementation of some of the things they've said they will do, right? So you have the PIA that some have struggled, it's still being about 20% implemented. We have executive orders that some would argue that is not 100% implemented. So the next thing is for government to do is, even the laws you have, I mean, the oil and gas sector have a lot of fantastic laws, right? But the biggest hurdle is who would implement it, or what punishments would apply to me, for instance, if I fail to implement certain part of the law. How strict is this? So the most important thing is implementing the laws that are in the oil and gas sector. I think once we start implementing it, we'll cross a lot of mileage, we'll take a lot of step forward, and then we can just build on that momentum. But if we've not implemented this, I mean, it will be a bit premature to start introducing more laws when you've not implemented the previous laws. So for investors, what they would want now is implementations of the laws you have, because once you implement the ones you have, it sends a picture that you are ready for business. It sends a picture that once they bring in their money here, their money is going to get value, and they can easily repatriate it outside when the profit is needed.
All right, thank you very much, Dipo, for your time.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, we're speaking to Dipo Oladende, the Head Energy Desk, right here in Business Day. After the break, our focus will be centering on liquidity glut ignites TB frenzy as yield retreat looms. Just stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
Were When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program
Welcome back to Behind the Headline. SS system liquidity is driving a scramble for treasury bills, compressing yields and reshaping short-term rates with implications for monetary transmission, banks' balance sheets and investor strategy nationwide. And joining us is Eniola Olatunji. She's a financial analyst here at Business Day. It's good to have you again, Eniola.
Thank you.
I think
enjoy coming here.
it's already a thing to have you here every Monday. All right, you wrote that piece, so speak to us about the liquidity sources that are fueling this current T-bill demand.
Usually the government in the last 2 years, actually, the government foreclosed is borrowing in the sense that when there's a budget deficit, they usually go to domestic market to borrow. So they borrow through treasury bills, bonds, OMO bills. So what this means is that all of the borrowings he made maybe in the last 1 year for treasury bills and OMO and some for federal government bonds were repaid between, a lot of them are repaid between last month and this month, meaning that there's a lot of money that was repaid from treasury bills and OMO bills in the last, from January till now, because we've seen constant trillion subscription in the OMO and treasury bill markets. So majority of the source is actually from treasury bills, OMO bills, and then some bonds.
So what does this frenzy signal about the market expectation for inflation?
So as we've seen that there's a lot of rush for it. First of all, we've explained that it's from a liquidity point of view, but like even if I have so much money, I won't go for something that doesn't give value. So this is to say that investors are also locking in on yields that are around 20%, and that's been going on for a while. But last month we saw December inflation print at 15%, and it's expected to go on that part this year. That means that there will likely be a rate cut, and when there's a rate cut, even though the transition has not been that significant, because when there was even a rate cut last year, it didn't really affect it. But when there's a rate cut, we expect we expect about 300 to 400 basis points cuts this year, maybe at the later part of this year. When that rate cut happens, the yield will drop significantly. Cardinal Stone expects that the yields on the 1 year treasury bill might drop as much as 17% per annum, and Cordros project it to drop as much as 12% per annum. So imagine, as an investor, if you knew that yields are going to drop to those low levels by the end of the year, you rather invest now. So that's one of the things.
So how are bank and the asset manager managing portfolios right now amid this thing?
So you can tell there are a lot of portfolio managers, because most primary auction is mainly most people that partake of the primary auctions are institutional investors. That means portfolio managers, banks, foreign investors, and you can mostly even see it reflecting OMO auctions, because in the OMO auction, it's just for banks and foreign investors. And there was an auction last week that I saw. There was one that there was no sale, and I saw over 5 trillion subscription to it. So that means that a lot of banks and a lot of foreign investors are putting money into the OMO bills and treasury bills too. So yes, I think that a lot of portfolio managers and banks are also looking. And even when you check the bank's books, they, other than just lending and providing, other than lending to like the real sector, they mostly put most of their cash into government security, so that they can also, like, it's easy, like they don't do not like this what they do, but like they are not doing much, and they can get 20%. They can get 20% interest rate. So banks and portfolio managers are putting a lot of money into this instruments.
All right. Thank you very much, Eniola, for your time. It's really good to have you again.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right. We were on to Eniola Olatunji. She's a financial analyst here at Business Day. And of course, the conversation doesn't end here. We've examined the key issues, explored the context, and unpacked what the developments mean going forward. And as the news continues to evolve, these conversations remain important in helping us better understand the forces shaping our economy, business, the society, and everyday lives. Thank you for watching. I am Deborah Eze. Join us next time on Behind the Headlines.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.